financial flows in the country during the period 2011 to 2021. And it was Mr. Nakoko who was supposed to move this motion, and standing in his place, he sought leave of the House to withdraw the motion, and leave was granted and the motion was withdrawn.
Exactly, and thereafter the House went on to consider the Criminal Procedure Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 19 of 2023 at committee stage.
And this bill was considered at committee stage with amendments and report stage to be taken today, which is Thursday, the 9th day in the month of November 2023. The other bill was the Penal Code Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2023, which came up at committee stage, and it was considered at committee stage with amendments and report stage to be taken today.
And thereafter, the House did resolve into Committee of Supply for consideration of estimates of revenue and expenditure, including capital and constitutional and statutory expenditure. And the Committee of Supply did consider 5 heads yesterday. Head 28, Emoluments Commission, with a total budgetary allocation of 31,619,435 kwacha agreed to.
The other head that was considered was head 07, Office of the Auditor General, and a total amounting to 267,704,069 was ordered to stand as part of the estimates.
The Committee of Supply also considered head 08, Cabinet Office, with a total budgetary allocation of 648,330,554 kwacha agreed to.
The other 2 heads that were considered yesterday was head 10, which is Zambia Police Service Commission, and we did see the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security giving a policy statement, and a total amounting to 24,924,778 was ordered to stand as part of the estimates.
And head 36, Zambia Correctional Service Commission, with a total budgetary allocation of 14,786,746 kwacha was agreed to. The House did adjourn accordingly at 19:01 hours.
So those are some of the heads that were considered yesterday, and today we expect more heads to be considered. Like my colleague mentioned, the House adjourned at 19:01, and Madam Speaker is expected to chair at 14:30 hours. So we take a short break, and on the other side we interest you to what is expected to be considered on the floor of the House. Keep watching Parliament Television.
Thank you for still being with us here on Parliament Television. We now take a look at today's order paper. We do expect the House to consider 1 question for oral answer under Standing Order 74, and we also expect the House to resolve into Committee of Supply, where they expected to consider 3 heads, and we also expect 2 bills to come at report stage. Consent, we take a look at the 1 question for oral answer.
Yes, before we look at 1 question for our answer, let's look at the bills that are yet to be considered on the floor of the House coming up at report stage. The first one is the Criminal Procedure Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 19 of 2023, and the Penal Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2023. Both bills are coming up at report stage.
And now we take your attention to the 1 question for oral answer under Standing Order 74 that we expect the House to consider this afternoon. And this is question 138, which is expected to come from Mr. Joel Chibuye, who is Ron Member of Parliament. And his question will be posed to the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development in A, whether the government is aware that Engineering Institute of Zambia, EIZ, has been compelling all contractors to register with the institute despite contractors not being regulated by EIZ, and in B, if so, what measures are being taken to stop the practice which is not supported by the law.
And later on, the House is expected to resolve into Committee of Supply to consider estimates of revenue and expenditure, including capital and constitutional and statutory expenditure. There will be committee stage, and the heads that are expected to be considered, we do have heads 11, 30, and 23 under consideration today. And head 11 is the Zambia Police Service, Ministry of Home Affairs and Internal Security. We expect the Minister of Home Affairs to give a policy statement, and later on members of parliament will debate this head.
We also expect the Committee of Supply to consider Head 30, which is the Zambia Correctional Service.
The last head which is up for consideration today is Head 23, which is National Immigration Services, Ministry of Home Affairs and Internal Security. So that's basically the business for today, and I'd like to acknowledge our viewers out there, those of you that are following us on our Facebook page, which is the National Assembly Facebook page. Like that Facebook page and spread the news and let us know where you're watching us from. Shortly you'll be able to see Madam Speaker's procession making way to the chamber. As you can see on your screens, that means that business is about to begin. Taza and myself will be on hand to give live commentaries. Good afternoon.
Honorable members of Parliament, Madam Speaker.
Order. Order.
Sing of Zambia, proud and free, land of wealth and joy in unity, victors in the struggle for our right. We want freedom's fight, oh, one, strong and free. Africa is our own motherland, fashioned with and blessed by God's good hand. Let us all our people join as one, brothers under the sun. Oh, one, strong and free. One land and one nation is our cry. Dignity and peace in Zambia's sky. Like a noble eagle in its flight, Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free. Praise be to God, praise be, bless our great Zambia, Zambia, Zambia. Remain we stand under the flag of our land, Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation, in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Honorable members, I have two announcements. The first announcement is that, honorable members, I have received communication to the effect that in the absence of Her Honor the Vice President, who is attending to other government business, the Minister of Defense, Honorable Ambrose L. Lufuma, MP, has been appointed acting leader of government business in the House from today, 9th November 2023, until further notice. I thank you. The second announcement, honorable members, I wish to recognize the presence in the public gallery of students from Evelyn Horn College of Applied Arts and Commerce Management Board under journalism, Lusaka District. On behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, I warmly welcome our visitors in our midst. You are welcome. You may take your seats. Matters of urgent public importance, we have two indications. We start with the Honorable Member for Bahati.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my matter is directed at the Minister of Health. Madam Speaker, recently the government procured health center kits from a company called Mission Pharma. Madam Speaker, a drug called erythromycin contained in this health center kit has failed the dissolution test at Zambia. Madam Speaker, this means that this drug, even when dropped in a glass of water, cannot dissolve. Madam Speaker, this further means that if this drug is swallowed, it remains in the solid state in the abdomen. Madam Speaker, this is a notorious fact that erythromycin and other drugs contained in the health center kits are defective. Madam Speaker, is the Honorable Minister of Health, my honorable colleague and other sister, in order to remain silent without clarifying this matter? Madam Speaker, I seek your guidance. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Bahati, for that issue that you have raised. But however, I don't know, do you have anything to support what you are saying, that the medicine, the erythromycin, does not dissolve? Do you have any document to help us?
Madam Speaker, we need the minister to bring the test results of this particular drug from Zambia. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Since the Honorable Minister is here, and these health kits affect all of us, you never know when you get sick. So maybe the Honorable Minister can shed some light. I don't know whether now or maybe at a later date. Later date. Now, or the Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, Honorable, for bringing this matter. Although we're going to bring a ministerial statement to that effect. Madam Speaker, as you are aware, the government of the Republic of Zambia, through the Ministry of Health, through ZAMSA, has ordered 42,000 kits, which are supposed to last a year. And the first consignment came in some time, and then there was a second consignment. I think this is now the third consignment which was received, of about 7,000 plus kits which are going to be distributed countrywide. As you know, Madam Speaker, the kit consists of different types of drugs. I think there are about 34 various drugs. But whenever these drugs are imported, we have another wing of government called ZAMRA, whose job is to regulate. And so even as we have been getting these drugs, every time when the drugs come in, they have to be tested so that we are sure that they're safe for consumption. And sometimes even these drugs are, even after they have been distributed to the facilities, sometimes drugs are recalled if there's a failure in their performance. And in this regard, when we received the last consignment, Zamra went through all the kits, and one of the drugs among the 34 failed the test. Now, what that means is that ZAMSA has been directed by Zamra to remove that particular drug. And what ZAMSA has done is to get back to the suppliers in India to inform them and to give them evidence that this drug has failed the test. And what that means is that the supplier will replace that particular drug that has failed the test. Madam Speaker, I must say this, that in fact, we must be happy as a country that Zamra is doing its job very effectively, and that suppliers cannot think that they can give us 100 tablets and 99 of those tablets are good quality, and then one, they would assume that it will miss the test. But that just underscores that Zamra is now grown and effective in ensuring that the Zambian people only will consume that which is of good quality. So yes, and these are normal tests. And even if tablets or drugs pass a test, maybe 3 months later, in the process of dispensing, maybe the facility is not storing the drug properly. It is also possible that that drug can fail when Zamra goes around to do random testings. So yes, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for bringing up this issue on the floor of this House, but just to assure the Zambian people that they are safe and that this government will continue to only get that which is good for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As per practice, honorable members would like to ask some questions, and there are several indications here. I know that the honorable member for Mukushi North wanted to raise a matter of urgent public importance, so we start with the honorable member for Chitambo.
Madam Speaker, I'm so grateful. Minister, who are these suppliers that supplied us with this defective medicine? And are you going to continue with this same supplier? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for your follow-up question. The suppliers are Mission Pharma. Mission Pharma is a company that has been supplying these kits maybe 2 decades away. And then somewhere along the way, they fell off with the previous administration because the previous administration failed to pay them their money. When this new administration took over, we renegotiated with them and we paid them what was owed to them by the previous administration, and we got into a new contract with them to supply the 42,000 kits that will last a year. And it is in this process of them supplying us, that's where one of the drugs have failed. It's not strange in this kind of business, Madam Speaker, and so we cannot stop continuing working with them because one product has failed. And just in case members don't know, it happens. Even sometimes a good supplier will supply good. Like I said, if the pharmacy is not keeping the drug properly, it can also lose its effectiveness. So there are many ministers of health here. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So all I can say is that no, we shall continue. What will happen is that they will replace it with something better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are lucky that we have another minister, former Minister of Health, in the name of the Honorable Member for Mansa Central. So I'll give him an opportunity later after the Honorable Member for Pambashe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as you raised the concern, medicine that are distributed are for treatment and consumption of the general citizenry. how certain and assurance can the minister give the Zambian people that those medicines that have failed have never been distributed to the health centers for the people to have access to them? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I speak, this last consignment has not even yet been distributed. As I'm speaking, I'm aware that ZAMSA is now trying to ensure that from every package, that particular drug is being removed, so that instead of, for example, sending 35, for example, different types of drugs in one kit, there will be less by one. And that is the one that will have to be kept for the others to come and verify, because sometimes the supplier supplies and you tell them this, they argue, how come? And they want to put the blame on you, the recipient, and so they have to confirm that it is not our problem, it is their problem, so that they reimburse it. Now, we have a long-standing contract with them, and obviously they have no choice but to make good of that which will be said to be not okay. Thank you. So the people of Zambia are very safe. Like I said, in fact, you must be happy that within the same administration you have another wing, which is the regulatory board, which is ZAMRA, which is able to check its sister company ZAMSA and say, this is not okay, you cannot distribute it. So we should be happy that we are under a government that is working freely and without really interfering with the other arm of sector of the Ministry of Health. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mansa Central.
Thank you so much, Honorable Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my preamble to this question is that what the Minister is talking about is basically the science of pharmacovigilance. It's not new. It's not been introduced by the New Dawn government. It's part of medicine. It's the science of detecting, assessing the adverse effects of medicines along the supply chain. It could be at the entry point, it could be before distribution, or even at the point of dispensing, or even after consumption. Any adverse reaction along the process is part of pharmacovigilance. That's the reason ZAMRA was established in this country as a regulator. That's the reason why we were able in the past to even detect naked. That's the reason we're even able in the past to pick out.
Honorable Member, if you can ask
I'll
the
summarize.
question. Okay,
So,
don't debate.
Thank you so much. Madam Speaker, I want to support the Minister of Health. I want to support the Minister of Health that what has happened can never be criminalized. What has happened is what happens normally. Every month, every year, drugs worth billions of dollars are recorded globally because of pharmacovigilance. So we will not politicize it, but we will recognize it as part of the science of pharmacovigilance. My question, Madam Minister, Honorable Minister, is have we done a formal recall of erythromycin and indeed any other products that may have failed those tests? Is there a formal recall, and what is the impact on the distribution of medicines countrywide? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Member of Parliament, former Minister, for your question. Madam Speaker, this is not about science. This is about a reality. There is another arm of government that procures drugs. The other one, their job is to regulate. When you import, the regulator regulates and tells you whether they are good or not good. So it's not a recall. A recall would mean that these drugs were sent and found to be wanting on the ground. But they're still under ZAMSA, under ZAMRA. And ZAMRA has not yet authorized ZAMSA to distribute. So, look, you see, the problem is that people, the problem is that, people want to act, like, trying to be smart, if I may use that word. Okay?
Order, Honorable Minister. I think from what I heard, if I heard correctly, the Honorable Member for Mansa Central was actually agreeing with the issue and saying that it should not be politicized. It's a process. It happens anywhere. So let's take it as such. The Honorable Member for Bahati.
Thank you so much once again, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I need your protection from the ministers here. Madam Speaker, I need your protection.
Order, honorable members. Let's listen to the question. Order.
From Elvis.
Honorable members on my right, please. Proceed, honorable member for Bahati.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for your protection. Madam Speaker, I know that there's some kind of quality assurance done at the source where these medicines are coming from. But my simple question to you, Minister, is that how many more drugs are defective? How many more drugs are fake in these health center kits that we've bought? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable. I think, Madam Speaker, I have explained that all these kits that came in the country have been checked, and one of the products in the kit has been found to be wanting. And Madam Speaker, I try to use very basic language for the Zambians to understand. I'm not here to lecture anybody, but all I'm trying to do is to be as simple as possible. Because the people I'm speaking out to, the vulnerable women in Chongwe, do not understand the science. All I wanted to say, we imported drugs, a number of drugs, about 35 different types of drugs in one kit, and one of those has been found wanting. And I have said it is not the first time, it will not even be the last time. What is good is that the regulatory body has a role to play, and their job is to police ZAMSA, to ensure that ZAMSA does not buy bad drugs or poor quality drugs. Now, we know that suppliers, like any business, of course there will be people sometimes that will do things that are unethical. But what is important is that when a country has an effective working system of government which does not tolerate corruption, which ensures that everybody knows their work, and there are no interferences from one saying, no, just pass them, then it means you are safe. Because you are sure that when something is wrong, it will be said to be wrong. When it is right, it will be said to be right. And Madam Speaker, I want you to be comfortable that this administration means well for the people of Zambia, and the systems are being developed and the systems are working. The future is bright, and the Zambians are safer under HH and UPND government.
Thank you. The indications are many. We have just started. Time has already gone. There is another matter of urgent public importance. So what I'll do is I'll just allow 3 more members to ask, and please be precise to the point so that we can make progress. The next is the Honorable Member for Mufrira.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Madam Speaker, since the Minister has mentioned that mission farmer will not be penalized for having supplied this defective drug, for endangering the lives of the Zambians, I wanted to find out what explanation did mission farmer give for including this defective drug in the kit? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for a follow-up question. I think it's a bit too early to even to get to that point of penalization and all those things, because as I speak now, ZAMSA is basically separating, removing that particular drug from the kit to allow them to send the kits out there, because we are actually behind time because of the same process by ZAMRA that had to make sure that every item in the kit was checked in accordance with their processes. So there is a procedure that follows, and I don't want to mislead the House except to say that ZAMSA will follow the procedures and ZAMRA will do its work professionally. And at some point, I'm aware that the supplier will be informed of what has transpired, and the supplier will be asked to reimburse. So I think that you are moving too fast. We have not even yet gotten to that level. This is something new that has just been informed to ZAMSA, and Madam Speaker, maybe later, after the process, we can come back with a detailed statement to inform the House on what steps would have been taken, what would have been the response from the supplier. It would be premature for me to think that it was deliberate on their part, especially considering that the last two suppliers have not had any problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In view of that undertaking from the Honorable Minister that she will come back with a more detailed ministerial statement, I think then maybe we can hold the other questions for, let's save it until the ministerial statement is delivered. But before I proceed, there were 2 points of orders raised. One was from the Honorable Member for Dudumwezi. Then after that, we'll go to the Honorable Member for Pambasha. What was the point of order, Honorable Member?
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I should have asked the point of order contemporaneously. However, allow me to ask this point of order, which is so compelling, from Standing Orders 65 1B. I was shocked, Madam Speaker, that the whole lot of the Member of Parliament for Bahati was asking for protection from you. So I was wondering, what protection? It's too big to ask for a protection from you. So I was really wondering, what was the point of his protection, looking at his body, Madam Speaker? I thank you.
I believe the Honorable Member for Bahati was seeking protection because there was a lot of interjections. And as the House is aware, it's only the presiding officer who grants protection when there are interjections. So the Honorable Member for Bahati, even if he's big, he still needs protection. The Honorable is just joining the Dudumwezi people. The Honorable Member for Pambashe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm raising a point of order on the Minister according to our Standing Order 65. The imputing of bad motives and speaking with factual. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Member for Mansa Central asked a normal procedure of a recall. A recall doesn't mean a drug has gone. It's a form signed so that even the World Health Organization and the other laboratories will come and look at that and check. Was the minister in order to impute the cleverness on the Member of Parliament for Mansa Central to say you want to act clever? And when the question was sober, just seeking clarity of the procedure. I seek your ruling, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. If the Honorable Member for Pambashe was following the proceedings, I think as a presiding officer, I didn't indicate that the question that Honorable Member for Mansa Central was asking was actually in support of what the Honorable Minister was saying, and it was us in good faith. So we had already dealt with that. Thank you very much. Can we make progress? Honorable Member for Mukushi North, you wanted to raise a matter of urgent public importance.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The matter that I wish to raise is directed to the Minister of Energy, although I can't see him in the House. However, the leader of government business, I think, can take it up. Of late, we have, the country has been experiencing power outages, and many parts of our republic has actually been experiencing that power outages. And the Mukushi North constituency is not exceptional. We have had power outages, I think, for the past 2 weeks, which has actually affected most of the businesses by our people who are doing these small businesses, welding and other merchandise that they sell using power. We are also alive to the fact that our mortuaries in the areas are actually becoming difficult, and indeed our people, the deceased, actually are now kept in the shorter time, and the families are forced to bury their deceased in the shortest period of time for the fear of the bodies being decomposed. Now, is the Minister of Energy in order not to come to the House and update this House and indeed the general public as to the reason why we are having these power outages, especially in our constituency, Mukushi North, Masansa in particular? Thank you, Madam Speaker. I need your guidance.
Thank you very much for that matter of urgent public importance which you want to raise, but I would advise that you put in an urgent question which can be processed next week. Thank you. Can we make progress now? We have a lot of business to transact. I have permitted the Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock to make a ministerial statement. The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I wish to thank you for according me this opportunity to render a ministerial statement aimed at updating this august House and the nation at large on the recent outbreak of anthrax in animals. This is in response to your directive, Madam Speaker, that I issue a policy statement on anthrax outbreak arising from the matter of urgent public importance that was raised by Honorable Member of Parliament for Katombola constituency on Tuesday, 7th November 2023. The Honorable Member of Parliament wanted to know the status and the extent of the outbreak in his constituents, as well as other parts of the country, and also inquired on the measures being undertaken by government to control the disease. Through this ministerial statement, Madam Speaker, I wish to not only share the current status of outbreak as pertaining to Katombola constituents, but also inform this august House, through this House, the entire nation, the current status of the disease across the country. This is important because the outbreak has caused some concerns among our people, and as a responsible government, it is our duty to move in and take appropriate action to save both the lives of our people who are also getting affected and that of their livestock. Madam Speaker, because of the important nature of this subject and acknowledging that it is affecting a lot of our people, it will be remiss of me to neglect to share sufficient background to this topic of disease control before venturing into discussing the current status in Katombola and the country at large. This will ensure that we all on the same page and will only help us to understand and appreciate what government is doing, but also enable us play our part in bringing this outbreak under control. Madam Speaker, animal disease, just like human disease, occur at various intervals within animal population, and their occurrence ranges from natural factors such as environment, climate condition, the immune status of the animals, and also their movement patterns. In response, my ministry has developed several disease control protocols to address disease outbreaks. These protocols are based on current scientific knowledge and are implemented by my officers. It should be, however, be pointed out that the success in implementing these protocols lies heavily on cooperation of our farmers and other stakeholders to ultimately result in effective disease control. Madam Speaker, as part of these disease control protocols, government has classified diseases into two main categories, namely disease of national economic importance, where government is responsible for controlling these diseases, and two, management diseases, where the farmer is responsible for prevention and control of the disease with the support from government through extension services. However, for zoonotic diseases, which are diseases that affect both animal and humans, government comes in when there is an outbreak to control these diseases so as to save human life, and this is regardless of the categorization of the disease. Anthrax falls in this class of zoonotics because in endemic areas or high-risk areas, when there is no disease outbreak, it is the farmer's responsibility to ensure that the animals are vaccinated to avert loss of livestock. When there is an outbreak, as is the case currently, government moves in to avert escalation of the outbreak. Madam Speaker, that said, let me now address the question, the status of the disease outbreak in Katombola constituents and the measures the government has put in place to control the disease. Madam Speaker, our investigation reveals that there is prevalence of the disease in Katombola constituents, and this is largely around the Kazungula district. The disease first broke out in Keto, in Sianamunyama village of Mbombwe Veterinary Camp on the 16th September 2023. 16 crows were affected, and this has resulted in a total of 48 mortalities in the Keto. Following this outbreak, my ministry moved in to implement disease control protocols meant to curb disease outbreak. These protocols include the following. 1, blanket vaccination. Under this intervention, my ministry has targeted to vaccinate the entire 33,000 cattle population in Kazungula. On 2nd November, 33,000 dosages of the vaccine were dispatched to the district. Out of this, a total of 28,039 cattle, representing 85% coverage, have been vaccinated. Number 2, decontamination of the grave site. This is done by incineration, burying, use of chemical to reduce environmental contamination, thereby reducing reoccurrences of new cases and preventing the future outbreaks. Number 3, sensitization and awareness creation among the communities to educate people on the dangers of handling and consuming meat from animals that die on their own. This is being done through meetings in the communities and radio programs. Number 4, ban on all slaughters and movement of animals and animal products in and out of the affected districts, including Kazungula district. This is to enforce. And the 5th one, heightening surveillance in all affected areas to ensure early warning of diseases. Madam Speaker, it is even said that the implementation of this intervention, coupled with support of all stakeholders in the district, the constituency will bear fruit and help to bring disease under control. In this regard, Madam Speaker, it may please this Honorable House to learn that in the last 5 days, we have not recorded any death in livestock in Kazungula district. Madam Speaker, let me now give an update on the status of the outbreak in other parts of the country. Currently, confirmed cases of diseases have been recorded in 3 provinces and affecting 11 districts. The affected provinces are Southern, Western, and Eastern province. The status of the disease and the affected district is as follows. Southern. In addition to the outbreak in Kazungula district, which I have already adequately addressed, 2 other districts are affected in Southern province, and these are Sinazongwe and Kalomo district. Sinazongwe district, Madam Speaker, the ministry received reports from Sinazongwe district about incidents of anthrax in hippos and later in human sometime in July 2023. In August 2023, mortalities in the livestock were reported. Tissue samples from the dead animals were collected and submitted to the Central Veterinary Research Institute and Choma Laboratory. These samples tested positive for anthrax. To date, a total of 245 cattle have died of the disease in Sinazongwe district. Following implementation of a comprehensive vaccination program and other disease control protocols, I am glad to report to this House that in the last 4 days, we have not recorded any deaths in livestock in Sinazongwe. This is against the backdrop of the fact that as at 6 November 2023, 67,164 cattle out of a population of 69,506, representing 96%, had been vaccinated in Sinazongwe district. Madam Speaker, Kalomo district. The disease was reported in Kanchelele veterinary camp on 27 October 2023. 6 cattle mortalities were recorded as at 5th November 2023, comprehensive vaccination have started, and as at 7th November 2023, 11,718 cattle had been vaccinated, and the process is ongoing. It will please this House to note that in the last 3 days, we have not recorded any deaths in the district. Western Province. Madam Speaker, Nalolo district, an outbreak of anthrax has been reported with 12 mortalities in cattle. This is in 2 veterinary camps, namely Moyo and Mwandi. Mongu district. Anthrax was reported with 9 confirmed anthrax-related deaths in cattle in Luandui veterinary camp. Senanga. 12 cases of anthrax in cattle have been reported in Inande, Sibukali, Lukanda veterinary camps. Sesheke. Incidents have been reported in 5 cattle, 1 goat, 2 dogs, 1 hippo, Madam Speaker, incidents have been reported in 5 cattle, 1 goat, 2 dogs, 1 hippo, all in Sesheke Central Veterinary Camp. A total of 10,000 dosages of the vaccine have been dispatched to Sesheke to control the disease. Sioma District. Sioma has reported anthrax deaths of 9 cattle, 1 hippo in Sioma Central, Nangweshi, Sinjembela, Mulele veterinary camps. Eastern Province. Madam Speaker, Lumezi District. The ministry received reports from Lumezi District of anthrax incidents in wildlife and humans. 19 hippos were reported dead along the Luangwa Valley, the Luangwa River. The human cases were linked to the consumption of meat from the hippo carcasses. There has, however, not been any reports of livestock cases. This notwithstanding an initial 15,000 dosages of the vaccine have been sent to Lumezi to commence vaccination of livestock in the district. Madam Speaker, in addition to these confirmed and verified cases that have shared, my ministry has also received suspected cases of anthrax in Mumbwa, Pika, Luvushmanda, Shiwangandu, Kasempa, and the Zambezi district that are being investigated and are yet to be verified as anthrax-related cases through laboratory tests. Madam Speaker, arising from this country's status, my ministry has, in addition to heighten the disease control protocols that I have earlier alluded to, decide to hold comprehensive vaccination in all 11 affected districts. In addition, a total of 23 other districts are being classified as high-risk areas due to their proximity to the 11 affected districts, or on account of this being endemic to anthrax. These additional districts will also receive heightened surveillance as well as vaccination. My ministry, in line with our disease control protocols, have increased the production of anthrax vaccine to a maximum of 150,000 dosages every 7 days. It should, however, be noted that the current vaccine demand arising from an unprecedented anthrax outbreak remains higher than the production capacity of the CVRI. To bridge this gap, my government is already exploring avenue for additional vaccine through imports to meet the demand. In this light, Madam Speaker, allow me to take this opportunity to make a clarion call to the private sector to step up and partner with the government in procuring vaccine as it provides a viable business opportunity for them. Madam Speaker, as can be seen from our intervention, my ministry is doing everything possible and working with other stakeholders to ensure that this outbreak is brought under control across the entire country in the shortest possible time. In this regard, Madam Speaker, the ministry will also continue to monitor and review the situation, give updates and guidance on these control measures. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, may I take this opportunity to thank His Excellency Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia, for the support given to my ministry for the control of animal disease. Further, I wish to extend my gratitude to all cooperating partners and stakeholders, farmers, for cooperation as we work together in controlling animal disease in this country. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. That was a long ministerial statement. So we'll add another 5 minutes. So maybe we'll leave 18 minutes for questions. So honorable members are now free to ask questions on points of clarification on the ministerial statement given by the Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock. The Honorable Member for Matero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Honorable Minister. That was a timely response to the anthrax that has hit a lot of our farmers. My question is, most of them, the cattle is a store of wealth. And those that have lost their animals from anthrax, are you considering compensating them for the lost animals? I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Future leader. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, Mr. President. Honorable Member of Matero. Madam Speaker, the support that we are giving our farmers is to make sure that the disease is brought under control. For now, there's no compensation for those that have lost their livestock. But we are providing technical support to our farmers to make sure that the disease is controlled. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Katombola.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to the people of Katombola to ask a follow-up question the Honorable Minister. Allow me, Madam Speaker, to begin by thanking the Honorable Minister for a long and excellent or robust ministerial statement. Honorable Minister, long-term measures. What long-term measures does government have to put in place to ensure that such an outbreak does not occur again? I thank you, Honorable Minister.
The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Member. Indeed, as government that cares for its people, we have started looking at long-term solutions, like you have stated, Honorable Member, such as one, to make sure that the access to this vaccine is available for farmers. We have to make sure that all endemic areas have access to this vaccine going forward. Because it has been a big challenge, Madam Speaker, for some of our small-scale farmers to access this vaccine. And secondly, Madam Speaker, our experts will draw a roadmap that will guide all our farmers in the livestock sector to have time to vaccinate our animals to prevent the loss that we are facing currently in this country. So there's a lot that we are considering in terms of controlling the diseases in this country. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chiengi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, in Botswana, when there's an outbreak like as such, what they normally do, they kill all the animals. Then they compensate the farmers. Because you never know if it will be every farmer who is going to adhere or who is going to access the vaccine. My question is, why can't the government do the same so that we prevent this disease completely? I must declare interest, Madam Speaker. I've lost all my animals, one left with one. So I want to find out, why can't the government do the same? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Member. Indeed, that's a very serious concern from the Honorable Member. But what I want to assure you, anthrax is a disease that we can prevent as a country, one. Two, what we are doing is all those affected animals, we are destroying them and make sure that the disease does not spread. With the rest of the animals, it doesn't mean that all the animals are affected. So what I'm saying here is that this disease, we can control it, we can maintain it. If it was CBPP, that is the formula the people from Botswana used to eradicate CBPP, not anthrax. If you heard that animals have been cleared in Botswana, it was CBPP, not anthrax. Anthrax, we can still prevent it and make our livestock safe in the country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chama North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the livestock sector is key to wealth creation at household level for the majority of our farmers. Minister, you have mentioned that 3 provinces have been affected. What measures have you put in place to ensure that there is no illegal movement of animals, slaughtered maybe animals from one district to another or one province to another, to ensure that this anthrax does not spread to the remaining 7 provinces in Zambia? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Member, for your question. First, what we have done is to heighten surveillance. We have made sure that all our strategical areas, we have heightened the surveillance system and early warning system. And secondly, Honorable Member, we have also increased the number of roadblocks, and we are still intending to put a lot of checkpoints to make sure that the movement of animals is controlled. Especially the districts that have listed out, there is already enforced restriction of movement of live animals, and also animal products to any other part of the country. Our goal is to make sure that this disease does not spread even to the next district before we even start thinking of other provinces that have not been affected. We are on top of things. There's a lot that we have put in place, and even issues such as bringing other ministries concerning the fight against this disease. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kwacha.
I'm grateful, Madam Speaker, for allowing me, on behalf of the people of Kwacha, to ask a follow-up question to the Minister. Honorable Minister, anthrax is a deadly disease which may pose a serious threat on the health of any person that consumes meat from an animal that has anthrax. We hear of reports that a lot of livestock have been slaughtered just to prevent that this disease does not spread anywhere. Now my question is, Honorable Minister, what measures is your ministry putting in place to ensure that such meat from animals that has been slaughtered does not find itself into butcheries and any other outlets, so that people can be prevented from consuming such meat? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member, for your question. What is that we are doing as a government to make sure that the meat people are consuming is safe for their lives? Madam Speaker, first is that, I've mentioned that we have put in place strict movement of all livestock products. There is no product that is going to move from these areas that I've stated. And secondly, that's why the approach of some of these interventions is multi-sectoral approach. As I'm speaking to you, Honorable Member, we are working together with the Ministry of Local Government through the councils to heighten inspection of all our outlets where these products are being sold. And that does not mean, and Madam Speaker, I want to take this opportunity, that not all livestock products have got anthrax. I want to make it very clear. So what I want to say here is that we are encouraging people to buy their meat products or livestock products from registered outlets. These unregistered outlets, please let us avoid. And through you, members of parliament, you have to help us to explain to our people who like, to do things which are not right. Those who are used to be buying meat in these streets, people who come with their meat in the cars, and they just come and say, no, I'm selling meat. Please let us avoid. Buy your meat products from registered outlets. Why am I saying registered outlet, Madam Speaker? These are the products which have been verified by experts. That's why the Ministry of Local Government has come on board. That's why the Ministry of Health has come on board. All of us, we are working towards this. So stop also alarming the citizens that all the meat products have got anthrax. Please. Let's... Meaning, no. So, the only encouragement on a serious point, honorable members, let us buy our products from registered outlets, because these are the products that have been inspected and verified and are safe for consumption. These tuntemba, these small places, and especially those who come with their meat products in Ukwabads, please let's avoid, because we are not sure whether that product has been verified. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Order, honorable members. The honorable member for Isoka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, my question is, what about in places or in the provinces where there is no disease? Is government going to come in and give preventive drugs to these animals? I submit, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Member. Indeed, like I stated in my statement, that what we are doing, we are reviewing every day as we collect this information. So all our places that are not yet affected, we are not rushing the vaccine in those places, but we have put all our staff to alert with the situation. Hence, it's not, according to science, which I will not go into details, it's not advisable to rush the vaccine in places which are very clean. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Dudumwezi.
I'm grateful, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, thank you very much for the statement. Dudumwezi has a population of 123,000 people, meaning we can have more than 50 to 60,000 animals, with only 3 camp officers. Is your government, through your minister, Honorable Minister, considering sending officers so that you can increase the monitoring system in Dundumwezi, where we have only 3 veterinary camps. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Member. I am aware that our extension staff or our frontline staff are not enough across the country. That's one of the areas that we are addressing as New Dawn administration, to make sure that the numbers of our extension officers, becomes to a standard with the ratio of our farmers. But currently, this time around, we are going to increase by hiring other people to come and beef up these interventions that are being implemented to prevent this outbreak, because this is an emergency. So we are going a mile further to hire some extension services that can help us to implement this intervention that we have proposed to put in place. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chifubu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the people of Chifubu an opportunity. Since the outbreak of anthrax in the country, it has brought a lot of concern, particularly on the lives of our people, the lives of our livestock, as well as it has an economic impact on the nation. Madam Speaker, as we stand now, the sales of most of the meat products across the country has gone down, and most of the businesses are currently heavily affected as people are not buying the meat products. So my major concern to the Honorable Minister is what assurance are you giving the nation across the country on the issue of the consumption of the meat products? On the consumption of the meat products, and how many people have died as a result of the outbreak of anthrax in the country? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member. At the expense of repeating myself, Madam Speaker, I have said, and I want to repeat, that through honorable members in this House and to those who are listening, Madam Speaker, is that we need to encourage our people to buy livestock products only to those outlets which are registered, because we are very sure that the products have been examined, tested, and verified and safe for consumption. That's the first point I have said. And Madam Speaker, this government has put, a multi-sectoral approach, where I've even mentioned the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Local Government, to make sure that whatever is brought to the market is safe for our people. So the only thing I'm encouraging honorable members and the citizens at large, let us adhere to the guidelines and the guidance that we are providing as government. People should follow what we are saying. Then we are going to do the right thing. So please, it's not that all livestock products have got anthrax. I'm repeating. It's not all livestock products have anthrax, Madam Speaker. That which is verified and tested by our experts is safe for human consumption. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
We've exhausted our time. I can see there's still a lot of interest. I know, especially for those areas where we have the infestation. But apart from that, we have the consumers and the owners of the animals. So maybe we can continue to interact with the Honorable Minister. Otherwise, we have a lot of work. We need to catch up on the order paper. Apologies. Question for oral answer, understanding order 74. The Honorable Member for Ron.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My question is number 138.
The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honorable Member for Ron, Honorable Chibuye, is asking the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development, A, whether the government is aware that the Engineering Institution of Zambia, EIZ, has been compelling all contractors to register with the Institute, despite contractors not being regulated by EIZ, and B, if so, what measures are being taken to stop the practice which is not supported by law? We answer as follows, Madam Speaker. A, the government is aware that the Engineering Institution of Zambia has been compelling contractors to register with the institution. B, the Ministry and the Business Regulatory Review Agency have been working with the Engineering Institution of Zambia and the National Council for Construction for the amicable resolution of this matter, as the problem stems out of statute. The Ministry of Justice has also been engaged to help resolve this issue. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for now.
Thank you very much. Supplementary questions? The Honorable Member for Ron.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the response from the Honorable Minister of Infrastructure. I have heard, Honorable Minister, your response, but clearly we want to be justified, especially that the NCC Act number 10 of 2022 clearly states the functions of NCC, which is to provide for the promotion and the regulation of the construction industry so as to promote economic growth and competitiveness. On top of that, Honorable Minister, the beneficiaries that are drawn by the contractors from NCC are visible in the sense that NCC has got a school which actually trains contractors on the needs of being contractors. In the same vein, the EIZ Act number 17 of 2020 is also clear that EIZ's mandate is to regulate the engineering profession. Honorable Minister, why has the EIZ been pretending and on top of that collecting money from contractors who they don't regulate and rarely they don't even visit sites for construction? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honorable Member for Ron for the follow-up questions, which gives me an opportunity to explain what I meant by the problem arises out of the statute and why we are taking the measures that we are to have the matter amicably resolved. The Honorable Member is right that the situation has been brought on because of under Section 4 of the Engineering Institution of Zambia, Act number 17 of 2010. One of the functions of the institution is to register engineering professionals, engineering organizations, and engineering units and regulate their professional conduct. Now, engineering organization is defined as under Section 3 of the same Act as means a statutory corporation, a company, a firm, a partnership, an association or another body corporate or uncorporate that provides a service through the application of scientific or mathematical laws and principles in the design, development, utilization, maintenance, or disposal of machines, materials, instruments, structures, processes, and operational systems, or whose function involves the planning, designing, processing, and delivery of engineering products and services. Obviously, Madam Speaker, the above definition encompasses contractors who practice under engineering organizations such as civil engineering firms. But to assure the Honourable Member, both the EIZ and the NCC are under my ministry or report through my ministry, government through my ministry. And this matter will therefore be resolved amicably soon. From what I have described here, EIZ are obviously mandated by this law that I've read to register these contractors, and the NCC obviously are also mandated. And that is why we are involving the Ministry of Justice to see what can be done to resolve the matter. But another point, Madam Speaker, is we must do what we can to ensure that EIZ is supported. They play a vital role in regulating engineering works in this country. So the measures that we shall take will result in a situation where both the contractor and the EIZ are all protected in the interests of the nation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Kaumbwe.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Honourable Minister, the Act for NCC and EIZ is very clear, just as you have alluded. In this matter, the Engineering Institution of Zambia has mandated all contractors in the country to register as an entity under EIZ for qualifying to participate, more especially in CDF projects. At the same time, the contractors are disadvantaged because they're supposed to produce an NCC certificate to qualify for community projects. So they're supposed to have EIZ and the NCC certificate to qualify for a community project. In this situation, it leaves the contractors to be disadvantaged. Is it possible, therefore, that only one of the certificates can be a criteria to award a community project to our CDF contractors? Because you know for sure, to get an EIZ certificate, it is very, very difficult for our emerging contractors because they end up hiring certificates from professional engineers. So is it possible, as a quick measure for our CDF contractors to benefit from the CDF projects, that one of the two requirements should be waived? I thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, the Honourable Member for Kaumbwe. The situation, Madam Speaker, is as of now, the law is being interpreted correctly. NCC does indeed register contractors and is involved in ensuring that they carry out their work. That's why there is a training school over there. EIZ is mandated in ensuring that the practice of engineering in the country is as it should be. And that is why those who are involved in practicing engineering, they have to satisfy the institution that they have the requisite skills, training and skills to practice. It's like other professions, the accountants, the medical doctors, and so on. You're supposed to show. And that is why when you form a company of an engineering nature, you have to demonstrate that in your management and indeed on your board, you have people that can demonstrate that training and those skills. This is what the law says, and I think it's in the interest of the nation. What we find is that sometimes, as in other professions, people do try to cut corners. We have had consultants supervising works that have turned out to be shoddy. Many examples we can give, but there's no time for that now. And it is to this institution that we go to find out why their members have not performed as expected. And they do carry out some sanctions. This protects the resource of government to protect the citizens of this country. But the point is, I think this question is arising from the fact that because of this dual registration, maybe there is a financial stress. We shall look at all these factors to protect both the EIZ as well as the contractors. And when we are ready, if necessary, that we come, amend the law or enact the law, obviously this House will be fully involved, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kasenengwa.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much, and I would also want to thank the Honorable Member for Roni constituency for a very important question that he has asked the Minister of Infrastructure. Madam Speaker, I'm sorry to say there is a lot of mediocrity today in the construction industry, and these contractors have brought the name of the EIZ into ridicule because of the nature of the work that they produce. Now, to the Minister of Infrastructure, would you make it a requirement that whenever a contractor who is registered with EIZ is given a contract should report to the institute so that the members of the EIZ can be on the ground to make sure that they inspect stage by stage what the contractors who are registered with EIZ are doing? Because right now, I apologize, Madam Speaker, I was pointing at the Minister of Infrastructure. My apologies, sir. To make sure that the contractors, do the right work. Because right now, I'm sure that is coming from also the CDF projects, which in my case, 80% of them are shoddy. And those are contractors who are registered with the Engineering Institute of Zambia, bringing the name of a professional institute into ridicule. Are you going to take such a measure, Honorable Minister? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Madam Speaker, this is precisely the issue that is at hand, as described by the Honorable Member for Kasenengwa. What has happened in the country is that because of shortage of opportunities, contracting has attracted a lot of people. Some of them without skills, without expertise. And if we're not careful, we'll result in a situation where the country loses lots of money and the lives of people and safety of people, citizens, is threatened because of the nature of the buildings or roads that are constructed. Already, even this year, I think the House may want to know, that a house under construction somewhere here in Osaka collapsed. And an inspection revealed that there was a lot of short work going on, not conforming to certain standards. So to try to capture this, that's why we have said that, look, engineering is a profession. That is why those who want to refer to me by my correct title, they say it's Engineer Charles Milupi. Okay. There is something inherent within the use of that title, just like you call a doctor. Okay. But in order for the country to benefit from that professionalism, there is need for people to register, because when we have an incident such as the one I've just described or referred to, we do hold the EIZ to account. Where there is short work that has happened and the consultants haven't performed well, among the things that we do is to hold EIZ to account. And they do take action to protect the country and also to protect themselves. As long as we have pressure on contracting, you get all sorts of people that have no skills, registering companies, and seeking work, and so on. We have to have institutions that ensure that the work that is carried out is to the required standard. And part of that is to ensure that the Engineering Institution of Zambia, as they are mandated by the law, they have to demonstrate that those companies who practice engineering, and if you're contracting a house, it's practicing engineering, have on their register qualified and experienced people who are registered at various levels, whether it is technician or engineer, and so on. So these are the matters that we shall delve into. Ultimately, we must have a situation where any construction anywhere will result in facilities that give comfort to the people of this country, that they are safe, that also protect the resources of this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. A lot of interest again. The Honorable Member for Ron.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Madam Speaker, I have a very high esteem for my elder brother, Engineer Milupi. But I still want to be clear, Honorable Minister. In the same construction company, Honorable Minister, there are mechanical engineers, electrical engineers, civil engineers who compose the construction company. And this subscribes to the Engineering Institute of Zambia. The same Engineering Institute of Zambia comes back and asks the same company again to subscribe. My question and my pen, Honorable Minister, is, while as National Council for Construction do prompt checkups on construction sites, the Engineering Institute of Zambia has never done so. And as such, that is why we saw the house that you're talking about collapsing. What benefits contractors are asking are they drawing from the EIZ, which only wakes up when it is time for them to receive monies from these institutions? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Madam Speaker, the Honorable Member is correct. Professionals are registered by the Engineering Institution of Zambia in various categories, as I've explained. But also companies that practice engineering. By law, I think they're called board corporates. So those companies are also registered because they practice engineering. The question the Honorable Member is stressing here is that maybe because of the way the EIZ have conducted themselves, the Honorable Member is indicating that perhaps there's been no benefit. They only come when things have failed. So this is one of the matters that we ought to look at and say, how can they be more active to ensure that professionals registered under them understand the importance of being professional in what they do. The companies registered under them are also performing according to expectations. I think when we do all this, it will improve the nature of engineering products in this country, which is what we all want, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chadiza.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, thanks also for those responses. Minister, multi-registration doesn't only affect contractors, but even consultants. You have to be registered by EIZ, and also you have to be registered under the Association of Consulting Engineers. And all these institutions, they play a different role with regards to engineering. My question, Honorable Engineer Milupi, is we want to know what your ministry is doing with regards to seeing value for money for the subscriptions that are made to EIZ. The issue is that EIZ just collects subscriptions, but when it comes to visibility with regards to engineering works, they are nowhere. So we want to know from you, Minister, what is it that your ministry is doing to ensure that we enhance or enhance a compliance with regards to the terms and conditions that are associated or that are attached to some of these construction projects. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I thank the Honorable Member for Chadiza, Honorable Engineer Daka. And he's in the profession, so he knows what he's talking about. I think the issue here that I'm sensing is that people want to see these institutions perform their function rather than just collect funds. Okay. Both Engineer Daka, myself, and the other engineers who belong to these institutions, we should take it upon ourselves in our meetings, in our interactions with these institutions, to raise these points so that from within they can begin to do that which is expected. I can assure Honorable Engineer Daka that from the ministry, as we work towards the resolution of this particular problem, the emphasis on EIZ performing their role, registered engineers performing their role is uppermost in our minds. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Bangweulu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My initial question has been asked, but I can still ask. Minister, since we've established that there is no legal framework per se that mandates EIZ to collect subscription from a company, except from the unity of engineering within an institution, do you have any plans at the ministry to harmonize so that we only have one subscription? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Actually, the Honorable Member for Bangweulu, there is a legal framework for them to collect. Whether it's duplication, maybe the question is about duplication. The law that I read quite clearly indicates that they have every legal right to be involved. And because they're involved, they do collect fees. I think the original question was about them collecting, National Construction Council collecting, and so on. But both are informed by the existing laws. This is what we need to look at and harmonize. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member from Sanzala.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for those answers. Mine is a bit different. Looking at the cumbersomeness of affiliating to two institutions, are you not contemplating on maybe extending the period? Because I know we do subscribe every year. Why can't we extend it maybe to 2, 3, or 5 years? Because it's just renewals that we do when we register in the first instance. Are you not thinking of extending the period of renewal, like from 1 year or to 2 years or 3 years? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Today we are dealing with engineers. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honorable Member from Sanzala. Let me state from the outset, Madam Speaker, that as Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development, I am mandated to protect the Engineering Institution of Zambia and other institutions that report through the ministry. When you make them professional, and also if they perform according to their professional status, the country benefits. He's asking whether instead of annual fees, we have maybe 2 years or 5 years and so on. I think that is up to the particular institutions, whether it's NCZ. If, for example, if someone is paying 10 kwacha per annum, if you say pay 50 kwacha per 5 years, it amounts to the same thing, but it may be more onerous on the institution. So these are matters that can be discussed within the management of the institutions without financially disadvantaging these institutions, because the country needs these professional bodies. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The last question will be from the Honorable Member for Kalavo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Equally like the Honorable Member for Kaumbe, let me thank the Honorable Member for Ron for to raise this question. This question affects many people in this country. Madam Speaker, I'm sure the Minister knows that every council has a director responsible for works. I don't know with urban councils, but for district councils, there are 2 staffs there, the Director of Works and the Deputy Director of Works, of who, Madam Speaker, I believe that they are qualified engineers of different spheres, who at the same time subscribe to the Engineering Institute. Now, Honorable Minister, here is this situation where the contractor is accorded project by the council, where there is an engineer who subscribes to the Engineering Institute of Zambia. What makes it difficult for the Engineering Institute to follow up their member, who is also an employee of the council, so that there is collaboration between the council and the Engineering Institute? What makes it difficult for lack of collaboration? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, and I thank the Honorable Member for Kalavo. We must be accepted from the outset that generally things have gone down in this country. Those of us who have in the past seen how the country operated, whether it is roads, construction of roads, maintenance of roads, construction of buildings, maintenance of buildings. The normal engineering practices have been allowed to go down, and hence the state of our infrastructure. Even at the lower levels, the same officials that the honorable member is talking about, I can give him examples way back in his own constituents where I grew, what sort of work they used to carry out on some of those roads throughout his constituents, which is no longer being done. In spite of the fact that the ones who are doing it in the past may not even have carried these engineering qualifications, whereas today we ask for degrees, we ask for diplomas, and so on. So it's a mammoth task to get this profession back to performing the way it should be performing. And that is what we as a government are determined to do. And a part of this is to get the Engineering Institution of Zambia that if we see work that has not been done according to the profession, not only will that individual be held to account, the EIZ also will be held to account. And this is what we are doing. And we are beginning to get responses to some of the issues that are being raised. Ultimately, over time, when everyone gets to know that they are to perform, the companies are to perform, the supervisors, either in the councils or indeed the consultants that we engage. Because some of these things that you see, the poor workmanship, whether it's on roads or buildings and so on, there are actually consultants engaged and paid sums of money to ensure that work is done according to the professions. In a number of cases, it's not being done. Our role is to ensure that we get everyone to pull up their socks to safeguard the resources of this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The clerk will now read the orders of the day.
The Criminal Procedure Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 19 of 2023, report stage.
The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the report of the committee be adopted.
As no notice has been received of any further amendment, is it your will that the report of the committee be adopted? Any objection? I see none. Report adopted. Day for third reading?
Tomorrow, Madam Speaker.
Third reading of the bill to be taken tomorrow, Friday, 10th November 2023. Next order.
The Penal Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2023, report stage.
The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the report of the committee be adopted.
As no notice has been received of any further amendment, is it your will that the report of the committee be adopted? Any objection? I see none. Report adopted. Day for third reading?
Tomorrow, Madam Speaker.
Third reading of the bill to be taken tomorrow, Friday, 10th November 2023. Next order.
Estimates of revenue and expenditure, including capital and statutory. Estimates of revenue and expenditure, including capital and constitutional and statutory expenditure, Committee of Supply, resumption of committee work.
The House will now resolve into committee.
when business adjourned yesterday, Wednesday, 8 November 2023, the Committee of Supply on the Estimates of Revenue and Expenditure for the year 1st January 2024 to 31st December 2024, presented to the National Assembly in September 2023, had just concluded considering Head 36, Zambia Correctional Service Commission. We now move to Head 11, Zambia Police Service. Head 11, Zambia Police Service, General Policy Debate. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security, Policy Statement.
Madam Chairperson, I thank you for giving me the opportunity to present the 2024 budget policy statement for Head 11, Zambia Police Service. The Zambia Police Service is responsible for the provision and maintenance of internal security. The core functions of the service are outlined in Article 1932 of the Constitutional Amendment Act Number 2 of 2016 of the Republic of Zambia as follows. 1. Protect life and property. 2. Preserve peace and maintain law and order. 3. Ensure the security of the people. 4. Detect and prevent crime. 5. Uphold the Bill of Rights. 6. Foster and promote good relationship with the Defense Force, other national security services, and members of society. And 7. Perform other functions as prescribed. Madam Chairperson, the mission statement of the Zambia Police Service is to enforce the law for a safe and secure environment through reforms. In the year 2023, the situation in the country has been peacefully general. The Zambia Police Service has been implementing a number of strategies in order to reduce crime. The strategies include the following: hotspot policing, community policing, intelligence-led policing, foot and motorized patrols, engagement of the public through various platforms such as radio programs, TV programs, and drama shows, amongst others. Challenges faced. Chairperson, in the year under review, the Zambia Police Service experienced a number of challenges which negatively affected its service delivery. These include: 1. Low staffing levels. The current number of police officers policing the nation is inadequate. The population growth and other factors have increased the demand for policing services in the country. Currently, Zambia Police Service has the total strength of 21,944 police officers, policing a population of 20 million people. This represents a policing ratio of 1 police officer to 894 citizens. This is below the United Nations recommended standard policing ratio of 1 police officer to 450 citizens. Two, non-payment of personal emoluments. As at 30th June 2023, outstanding arrears on other personal emoluments stood at 176,846,792 kwacha 55 ngwe. 3. Outstanding debt. As at 30th June 2023, Zambia Police Service had an outstanding debt of 434,073,846 kwacha on supply of goods and services. 4. Inadequate transport. The current fleet for the Zambia Police Service stands at 520 motor vehicles against the ideal number of 1,857 motor vehicles, creating a deficit of 1,337. This has contributed to the administrative and operational challenges faced by the institution. I'm glad to inform the House that government has procured motor vehicles for the police in all the constituencies in the country using the Constituency Development Fund. The vehicles are available and ready for distribution. This will mitigate the current transport challenges the institution is facing. Inadequate staff and office accommodation. The Zambia Police Service continues to face a serious challenge of both staff and office accommodation. The institution has a total of 7,891 housing units against the 21,944 police officers in the country. This means that there is a deficit of 14,053 housing units to accommodate all police officers. This shortage has caused many officers to seek alternative accommodation outside police camps, and this situation creates a challenge in mobilizing officers during emergency operations. Focus for 2024 budget. Chairperson, the Zambia Police Service proposed budgetary allocation for 2024 is 2,600,000, Madam Chairperson, 2,637,623,403 kwacha, compared to 2,201,519,794 in 2023, representing an increase of 19.8%. The personnel emoluments budget allocation has increased from 1.8,890,186,107 in 2023 to 2,280,415,256 kwacha in 2024, representing an increase of 20%. The increase is a result of the recruitment of 2,000 police officers and plain allowance for detectives. The operations allocation has increased from 103,034,161 in 2023 to 120,990,000 kwacha in 2024. The allocation for utilities has been maintained at 13,947,077 kwacha. Food rations allocation has increased from 56,925,973 kwacha in 2023 to 131,925,973 kwacha in 2024, representing an increase of 131%. The allocation for other programs has increased from 21,842,502 kwacha in 2023 to 30,063,974 in 2024, representing an increase of 37%. The budget breakdown for the budget allocation is as follows. Personnel emoluments, 2,280,415,256 kwacha. Operations, 120,990,304 kwacha. Utilities, 13,947,077 kwacha. Food rations, 131,925,973. Other programs, 30,063,974. And appropriation in aid of 9,530,000. Chairperson, The focus of Zambia Police Service will be to prevent and defend the situation and maintain law and order through strategies such as community policing and hotspot policing. The institution will enhance enforcement of law and order through scaling up crime prevention programs, completion of ongoing infrastructure projects, dismantling of outstanding arrears, implementation of approved Zambia Police Service establishment, and implementing capacity building programs. The new Dawn government will endeavor to progressively improve staffing levels of the Zambia Police Service in order to work towards the desired policing ratio. Chairperson, in summary, the proposed budget for the Zambia Police Service is 2,637,623,403, broken down as indicated earlier. Madam Chairperson, I seek favorable consideration of the 2024 Head 11 Zambia Police Service, especially that we have given you the vehicles. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you. I've seen that there's a long list here. If possible, please, we can economize on the on the minutes allocated to us so that we accommodate as many members as possible. Those that can debate within 4 minutes, 5 minutes, so that we allow many members to debate. Ms. Mwamba. There's a point of order. What is your point of order, Honorable Member?
Madam Chairperson, standing order is very clear that when the quorum collapses, this House cannot continue deliberating. If you count, Madam Chairperson, the quorum for this Parliament is 56. Your members are 44. Is thus in order to continue conducting the business below the required quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Chitotela. Though that is administrative, but usually, or most of the times, the presiding officer or the chairperson is informed by ICT that the quorum has collapsed. So as far as I'm concerned, we haven't received any indication. Okay. In that case, I'll ask the whips to do their job. The whips, please ring the bell. We are less by 2. Did they take into consideration those that are absent? As it collapsed with those that are absent. He's here. He's there. Okay.
Madam Speaker, I think the numbers are okay. But I must mention that Honorable Chitotela should stop sending the members out. We're here for serious business.
Okay. Order, honorable members, we have the quorum. We make progress. We make progress. Can you be seated, honorable members? May you please take your seats? Yes, I'm saying take your seats because I haven't even heard why you are standing. Ms. Mwamba.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for giving me an opportunity to add
The Honorable Member, Ms. Mwamba, you can only sit down upon instructed by the presiding officer.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, I stand here today very proud, and I must say, I have been around, traversed the country, and seen for myself what is prevailing. I do appreciate the Minister's policy statement and all the efforts that are trying to be made. But I feel the budget allocations, especially for the completion on construction and housing units and the rehabilitation of water reticulation system is only 34.9 million kwacha.
Order, Honorable Member. There was an indication for a point of order. What is your point of order, Ms. Katuta?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, I'm also on this list, so I don't know how the IT is going to help me to get back. Madam Chair, I think we have standing orders. I think it should be 205, I'm not mistaken, which talks about the language that we use. Madam Speaker, this point of order is on Member of Parliament for Katombola. Madam Speaker, my names are given Katuta Mwelwa, and I represent the good people of Chiengi. If I check my age, I'm not Lenshina. When the Speaker was doing rulings, she spoke about this strong word, or using abusive language towards each other. Madam Speaker, is the honorable member for Katombola in order to start calling me names? Because if I call him names, I'll receive a letter from your office. I need your serious ruling. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As far as I'm concerned, when you are elected by the people from Chiengi, they sent us their representative by the name of Given Katuta. And that is the name which we have in this house. If there's anybody who's given you another name, then I can say that the honorable member who has given you that other name, which we don't know, and your representatives also they don't know, is actually out of order. So, honorable members, we know that the honorable member from Chiengi is Honorable Given Katuta. That is the name that we know. So the honorable member was out of order and we make progress. Ms. Mwamba.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, looking at the targets for 2024, there's only 66 housing units that have been proposed, as well as 3 police posts. For 2023, the targets were not met. The houses are still under construction, which is the same for 2024. Madam Chairperson, I feel that it is important that a supplementary budget is brought to this House for the completion of more housing units. We currently have a number of dilapidated houses. These dilapidated houses have sent most of the officers to go and look for accommodation, as was presented by the minister. Madam Chairperson, it is very important that most of the officers are housed in the police camps. In case of an emergency, it is not easy for the officers to assemble. And just having good accommodation, a good night's sleep is very important for the officers to carry out their work diligently. Madam Chairperson, there is also need for more allocation in order for most of the holding cells throughout the country to be rehabilitated as well. There's only a few that are mentioned, but then there's need for more of the holding cells to be rehabilitation. Madam Speaker, the population is growing. More police posts are also required. I can give an example of my constituency, Kasama Central. We still only have 1 police station. Looking at other stations in the country, Madam Speaker, Madam Chairperson,
there is need for more police posts so that they may help the main stations to carry out their duties effectively. Madam Chairperson, we have the victim support services which have been allocated 117,000 kwacha. Madam Speaker, the victim support unit currently has no transport. They usually share offices, and the victim support unit usually handle very, very critical matters. People would like to share their issues in confidence. How does someone go and share their confidential matters in shared offices? Madam Chairperson, coming to transportation, yes, there has
Order,
been
honorable
hundreds.
members, the voices are becoming louder and louder. Can we please lower the voices? You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. There has been 156 vehicles purchased for each and every constituency, but these, Madam Chairperson, are still not sufficient. If you look at the areas that have to be covered, if you look at the scope of work that have to be covered, there's quite a number of units that are also present at that particular station. So one vehicle will be heavily drained. It will not cater for what should be. So the 156 vehicles are not enough. There should also be a supplementary budget looking at the size of the station, the population of that area, and how vast the area is. I also wish to bring to your attention that marine services also need more funds. 852 million is definitely not sufficient. Zambia has a lot of water bodies, and most of those water bodies are unmanned. Here and there, you will find some equipment which has since not been used or not serviced. So there's need to ensure that the Marine Department is brought to life and sufficient equipment is purchased for the Marine Department. Madam Chairperson, healthcare is extremely important, and an allocation of 831 million is also not sufficient. There is a target for 15,000 families. So this includes the officers, their immediate families, and the general public. You'll find that for 2023, the actual numbers that access this service was only 8,589. This is not only because the services could not manage, the finances did not cater enough. And if you look at most of the families, we're probably looking at a family of 6, and them not accessing health care will also lead to the officers not being very efficient in what they're doing. Madam Chairperson, I also wish to mention that I'm glad to see that an allocation of 2,716,000 has been given to ICT. ICT is very important, especially in this day and age. We need to have functional computers and printers. We also, because having functional computers and printers will have a reduction on manual entries, will also cut down on the amount that is spent on stationery. So the cost of stationery will also go down. And it will be important that despite having the ICT computers and all, we also need to have a national framework that would store all the information that is entered from various police stations so that we can have a database that is through and through. Because you find most of the time, most police stations are manual, dockets are being lost, and all sorts of horrendous things. Madam Chairperson, I also wish to state that the deficit of officers is very, very important. As we look at the crime rate now is also increasing. Officers are not managing a supplementary budget as well for the recruitment of more officers. Madam Speaker, I'll end by saying officers need to be motivated so that they may carry out their duties diligently. I submit. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Nakoka.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, for the opportunity given to the people of Luena to debate Head 11 Zambia Police Service. Madam Chairperson, the Zambia Police plays a very, very important role in providing security
The people of Luena have a number of submissions to make to the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security that we hope can be looked at as the 2024 budget is being implemented. Madam Chairperson, one of the issues we would like to bring to the attention of the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security is that we have a number of citizens, Zambians, that were unfairly dismissed from the service of the Zambia police. And the process of reintegrating some of them has taken quite a bit of time. So we still have some of them there that are waiting to be considered. May we appeal that your ministry takes this matter and gives it the priority that it deserves. We also do have officers, Madam Chairperson, that have improved their professional qualifications. And while others have indeed been recognized and upgraded in the service in terms of ranks, we still have others that have remained at the same level, even though they have acquired a couple of extra qualifications which would enable them to serve the nation better. Madam Chairperson, infrastructure, the people of Luena have noted that there is a couple of districts that have been prioritized. And we thought Luena was going to be one of them. In fact, when I saw Mununga, I thought that was Limulunga, and then I realized, no, it's somewhere else. So we would like to appeal to the minister to recognize that Luena, which is also Limulunga district, has only a police station, but does not have a single staff house for any of our police officers. Consequently, all our police officers actually live in Mongu, which is 20, 25 kilometers away. And that is a situation which...
Order, Mr. Nakoka. As the time is 16:40 hours, I suspend business for 20 minutes.
Thank you for still watching Parliament Television. Business has been suspended for 20 minutes break. And at the time Madam Chairperson was suspending business, Luwena Member of Parliament, Mr. Anakoka, was contributing to Head 11, that's the Zambia Police Service, Ministry of Home Affairs and Internal Security. I must mention the House has resolved into Committee of Supply for consideration of Head 11, Head 30 and Head 23.
So when business resumes, the Member of Parliament for Luena will continue debating, and other members will be given an opportunity to debate the Head and Head 30, which is the Zambia Correctional Service. The Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security is expected to present a policy statement. When business resumed at 14:30, Madam Speaker did make two announcements, and one of the announcements that Madam Speaker made was to recognize the presence in the public gallery of students from Evelyn College of Applied Arts and Commerce Management and Journalism right here in Lusaka District. On behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, Madam Speaker did warmly welcome the visitors in our midst.
And the other announcement that Madam Speaker did make was where she informed the House that she had received communication to the effect that in the absence of Her Honor, the Vice President, who is attending to other government business, the Minister of Defense, Honorable Ambrose L. Lufuma, MP, has been appointed acting leader of government business in the House from today, 9th November, until further notice.
After that, Madam Speaker did permit the Minister of Livestock, Fisheries and Livestock, and that's Honorable Makozo Chikote, to render a ministerial statement. And this ministerial statement was on the status of anthrax outbreaks in the country arising from the matter of urgent public importance, which was raised by Katombola Member of Parliament, that's Mr. Ndeleki, on 7th November 2023. And we'll be able to share with you the details of that ministerial statement at adjournment time. For now, we take a short break, and we'll be able to revert and share with you other business that have been considered on the floor of the House and yet to be considered on the floor of the House. Keep watching Parliament Television.
The Social Cash Transfer Program is the Government of the Republic of Zambia program which started in 2003 as a pilot project in Kalomo district with the main objective of reducing extreme poverty and the intergenerational transfer of poverty among beneficiary households. It is for this reason that the Ministry of Community Development and Social Services organized an orientation and sensitization workshop for all members of Parliament on the Social Cash Transfer Program. The workshop was held at Parliament main buildings on Wednesday, November 1st, 2023. During the official opening of the Social Cash Transfer Orientation meeting for members of Parliament, Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia, the Right Honorable Madam Nelly Muti, urged members of Parliament through their parliamentary functions to work hand in hand with the executive to ensure that the program is implemented effectively and appreciated by the targeted groups.
You are aware that currently Parliament is considering the 2024 budget, which was brought to the House by the Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning, Honorable Stumbeko Musokotwani MP, on 29 September 2023. It is interesting to note that in the 2024 budget, about 4.1 billion has been allocated to social assistance. In this regard, social cash transfer accounts for 99.9% of the social assistance program allocation, which also represents 74% of the total allocation to the ministry. The idea is to facilitate the attainment of government's goal of increasing the targeted number of beneficiaries from 1,374,000 in 2023 to 1,413,237 in 2024. Honorable members, in view of the aforementioned, I am confident that this orientation meeting will help you to thoroughly interrogate this important subject matter. Therefore, I urge you, honorable members, to have an open conversation with the resource persons for you to gain a better understanding and appreciation of the various management processes and implementation modalities of the social cash transfer. Correspondingly, use this meeting as an opportunity to discuss some of the observed challenges that hamper the smooth implementation of the social cash transfer program. I believe that as you share such pertinent information, which you may have received from your constituents by virtue of your privileged position as their representatives, you will be providing valuable input that will enrich the delivery of the social cash transfer program for the betterment of the people that you serve.
In her welcoming remarks, Ms. Angela C. Kawandami, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Community Development and Social Services, hoped that the engagement will mark the beginning for stronger collaborations, renewed commitment and unified steps towards successful implementation of the social cash transfer in all constituencies.
Government is currently supporting over 1.1 million beneficiary households under the social cash transfer program with an investment of over 3.7 billion per year. Further, the country is currently in the process of onloading an additional 125,000 beneficiary households in the quest to reach as many poor and vulnerable households as possible. In order to enhance the delivery of the social cash transfer program, a number of innovations have been introduced. These include the Zambia Integrated Social Protection Information System, ZISPIS, the Grievance Redress Mechanism, GRM, and Cash Plus approach. The innovations are aimed at ensuring effective and efficient delivery of services to the beneficiaries, as well as enhancing transparency and accountability of our operations. Madam Speaker, honorable members of Parliament, you may wish to note that government has been implementing social protection programs with the involvement of various stakeholders who include community-based volunteers such as Community Welfare Assistance Committees, the CWACs. The role of these volunteers cannot be overemphasized. Their grassroots presence makes them invaluable assets in our mission, and we urge all members of Parliament to recognize their contributions and ensure that they receive the support that they need.
Parliamentarians were taken through 2 presentations, and the first presentation was done by Social Welfare Director Mr. Nelson Nyangu, who gave an overview of the Social Cash Transfer Program.
We have reached almost 1.2 million households. 1.2 million households. That is the caseload that we have as of June 2022, and the current, of course. And then this one, honorable members, if we average five members per household, we are talking of over 5 million people that the Social Cash Transfer Program supports throughout the year. So that's a very huge number, and that's the level at which we are actually operating. This figure of 1.2 million people translates to 49% of all people that are poor in this country, according to the Living Condition Monitoring Survey, the report or the statistics that are produced by ZAMSTAT, formerly CSO.
And Ms. Bernadette Malungo, Social Cash Transfer Manager, made a presentation on the implementation of the Social Cash Transfer Program.
So the first thing that we look at is basically the vulnerability of that particular household. And of course, to respond to that, we have these categories that have been listed. The households with a person with a disability, a household with an elderly member, we put here 60 years and above because we basically have changed that. A household with a member who is chronically ill and on palliative care, a household that has a female as a head with 3 children or more. In this particular female-headed household, the female should not be married. We also look at a household that is headed by children that are 18 years and below. Once information has been collected for those particular categories, we then have to estimate their welfare, basically assessing how vulnerable these particular households that have been registered are.
During the plenary session, members of Parliament had an opportunity to seek clarity on the Social Cash Transfer Program.
The CWACs, those responsible to register our people, sometimes they do, maybe through human errors, they do, they do connive with people who are not even eligible to be on this social cash transfer. And because the payment is cash, sometimes they, share this money. And maybe that's why you see a lot of, maybe on female-headed, a good number of it, but that's what it should be. But how do you make sure that this does not happen in our community?
The guidelines are tight. I think I was explaining to the House that the fiscal space we have for social protection is limited. It's finite, it's not infinity. So we have to make sure that we are strict with our targeting and ensure that those people that strictly follow or meet the criteria are onboarded. But we know that over time, some of these things have changed, some of the dynamics have changed. And even in the current enumeration, we are currently enumerating more people to ensure that we scale up the caseload from the current 1.2 million to 1.374 million by the end of the year.
Been supporting the 2 boys, now they're at university. I've sent them to your offices in Monze. They cannot be admitted. I've sent them to the DC's office. They cannot be supported. How can you support such a family? And the one who is looking after these is the wife to the firstborn, who is also blind. I want to find a way how we can support such a family. The first 2 are blind. The last 2 are blind.
And this is what we alluded to, or we meant when we said each one of us here we do give cash transfers to other people. And it's a job well done, Honorable. You have managed to send them to university. That is good. They've gone to university. However, if they are to be supported under the social welfare, I think the social welfare, the support usually not under the cash transfer program, but under the other programming goes just that looks at the secondary school level. When it goes to tertiary level, it means they have to be linked. If it means they have to get bursary, they have to be linked to the loans board. That's what it's called now. Yes, under Ministry of Higher Education. Is it Higher Education? Education.
First Deputy Speaker Honorable Malungo Chisangano MP thanked the Ministry of Community Development and Social Services for organizing such an important social cash transfer, orientation and sensitization workshop for all members of Parliament.
Honorable members, I'm reliably informed that apart from being oriented on how the Zambia Integrated Social Protection Information System is being utilized, you were also taken through the grievance redress mechanism and financial management tools that are aimed at enhancing service delivery through the social cash transfer program. In view of the foregoing, I would like to take this opportunity to urge you to take keen interest in this program and enhance your engagement with citizens as you sensitize them on available benefits, grievance procedures, and appropriate guidelines on the social cash transfer. I would also like to urge you to continue engaging with the ministry beyond this orientation workshop if you are to effectively contribute to the sustainable implementation of the program that will benefit the people you represent. In the same manner, I would like to implore the Minister of Community Development and Social Services to continue working closely with members of Parliament. Let me stress that orientation for members of Parliament is an ongoing process, especially on dynamic and important subjects like the one we have discussed today.
The social cash transfer scheme aims to assist the most incapacitated households in society to meet their basic needs, particularly in health, education, food and shelter.
Well,
thank you so much for still being with us on Parliament Television. Business is still on the 20 minutes health break, and in a few minutes' time, business resumes. And at the time business was suspended, the House was considering Head 11, Zambia Police Service, Ministry of Home Affairs and Internal Security, and it was Mr. Movita Nakoka, Luena Member of Parliament, who was on the floor of the House. When business resumes, he'll continue debating.
And we did see Ms. Mwamba Siwangile, who is Kasama Central Member of Parliament, also add a contribution to this head. And after the consideration of this head, we also expect other heads to be considered by the Committee of Supply. We expect Head 30, which is the Zambia Correctional Service, to be considered.
Earlier on, the House did consider two bills at report stage. The first one was the Criminal Procedure Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 19 of 2023, and the Penal Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2023, coming up at report stage. They've passed report stage and committee stage, a third reading to be considered tomorrow, 10th November 2023.
And the other head that we expect the House to consider under the Committee of Supply is Head 23, that's the National Immigration Services, Ministry of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Earlier on, Madam Speaker did permit the Minister of Fisheries and Livestock to render a ministerial statement on the status of anthrax outbreaks in the country. This was emanating from the matter of urgent public importance, which was raised on 7th of November 2023 by Katombola, Member of Parliament. For now, we cross back to the floor of the House. Business resumes shortly.
Still ringing. There seems to be no quorum in the House. It is a requirement that 1/3 of members of Parliament need to be present for any business to be transacted on the floor of the House.
Earlier on, Madam Speaker did make two announcements. The first announcement, she recognized the presence in this public gallery of students from Evelyn One College of Applied Arts and Commerce Management Board under journalism right here in Lusaka District, and Madam Speaker did, on behalf of the National Assembly, warmly welcome the visitors.
In the other announcement, Madam Speaker informed the House that she had received communication to the effect that in the absence of Her Honor the Vice President, who is attending to other government business, the Minister of Defense, Honorable Ambrose L. Lufuma, MP, has been appointed acting leader of government business in the House from 9th November 2023 until further notice. So those were the two announcements that Madam Speaker made earlier when business resumed.
So when business resumes, should also make mention that the House has resolved into Committee of Supply to consider estimates of revenue and expenditure, including capital and constitutional and statutory expenditure, and the head which is under consideration is Head 11, and it was Luena Member of Parliament, Mr. Movita Nakoka, who was on the floor of the House debating. So once the quorum is constituted, the member for Luena will continue debating. Still to come is Head 30, Zambia Correctional Service, Head 23, National Immigration Services, Ministry of Home Affairs and Internal Security. We seem to have a quorum. We cross back to the floor of the House now.
Order. When business was suspended, the Committee of Supply was considering Head number 11, Zambia Police Service, and Mr. Nakoka, Member of Parliament for Luena, was debating. May the Honorable Member continue.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, we, as the people of Luena, also turn our attention to crime detection and investigation services. A cursory look at the budget under that program, Madam Chairperson, shows that there's a number of key services that need to be looked at very closely. For example, the forensic services is allocated 942,879. Now, whilst this is a major improvement from the previous years, we still feel that this department needs to be allocated a lot more resources. When one looks at the fingerprint services, we see an amount of just 380,000. Indeed, it's a slight improvement. In fact, this is the same as what it was in 2023. And when you look at the target in terms of fingerprint analysis, you see that our target is pretty low. But more importantly, Honorable Minister, one notes that even our target is itself a little bit problematic, because most of the times the challenge our police service has is actually to respond or visit crime scenes. So before we even talk about how much of this evidence that is collected is analyzed, we should deal with how much evidence in the first place is collected. So out of all crimes that are reported, how many of them are we able to respond to and lift fingerprints and the other types of evidence that should be picked up? Legal and professional standards had been increased from 320,000 to 1.1 million. One hopes, Honorable Minister, that in under professional standards, the police service is going to seriously look at the issue of professionalizing our operations. And by professionalizing here, one is having in mind things such as every contact between a police officer and any member of the public should be logged somewhere. Currently, there's a lot of interaction that ends at just the interaction between an officer and the public. And this is more so with the road traffic services. When there is no logging of this interaction, it means transactions can take place which are not accounted for. And talking about the road traffic services, Honorable Minister, the issue of checkpoints, indeed you had made a pronouncement that this should come to an end, especially one-man checkpoints, but this has still continued. In fact, just near Parliament here, at Mandahi Robots there, we see a situation where our traffic department is concentrating on let people break the law and then we deal with them after they've broken the law, when in fact they know why it's happening is because the road markings are not clear at that particular area. And we see this all over town, where when the police know there's an area where motorists make a lot of mistakes, that's where they go to hide somewhere nearby. And I think we do not want our professional police to be dented by such behavior. Canine services, there is 100,000 kwacha that is budgeted. One is not even sure what this is actually supposed to be dealing with, but the hope is that we can actually increase the use of canine services, especially when a crime has been committed. We should have canines that are able to pick up the scent and help in following up the suspects, especially in crimes of housebreaking. This is one of the areas that can be improved and help us attend to such crime scenes with a bit of hope if we can invest more in canine services. Honorable Minister, in conclusion, we as the people of Luena have noted that indeed the police and their interaction with the public has improved significantly. And we wish to encourage the ministry to continue on this path. The relationship between the police and the public previously was one that was very antagonistic. And I think the efforts that the New Dawn government has put in place in order to educate citizens of their rights, the issue of giving bond to people that deserve to get it without undue delay, the issue of the police acting professionally as they did to protect public property when there was confusion in the other camp, when people are holding a convention and the others want to go and cause mayhem, the police intervened to prevent a bloodbath. That should continue. Yeah. I know that some people thought that the state is siding with one of the factions, when in fact the state would not stand by and watch people hacking each other. And I think that should be continued even as we go into the year 2024. With these few words, Madam Chairperson, we support this budget or this head? Thank you.
Ms. Katuta.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this is a very, very important budget line, which in fact I expected in this national budget to have more money allocated to it. Why? I'm somebody who is passionate about security. Madam Chair, the police service is the primary security institution for our nation. We can have the OP, we can have ZAF, we can have the defense, whatever. But they cannot be compared to these people who are, taking care of our properties and also security for us Zambians as priority according to what I know. Madam Speaker, it's quite worrying that the budget would be this small. I've been expecting one day to wake up, and I hope next year maybe to allocate a 1 billion kwacha towards this ministry. Why am I saying so? Even in this ministerial statement, the minister said there's a shortfall of the police. If today we have a crisis, the police we have cannot handle. They cannot handle any crisis that we can have in our country. And is it the 21,000 that you mentioned? Though most of them are just on the urban. But we have sensitive areas like Chiangi, border areas, where we need more of the police, who should also be patrolling our waters as well. But you need to call in the marine. And also the marine, they don't do it on a daily basis. But we have foreigners crossing into Chiangi, crossing into our country, because we do not even have much of the equipment, surveillance equipment. We do not even have the boats that they should be using. It's the reason I'm saying we should be serious when allocating these funds. And I hope in the next budget, Mr. Honorable Minister, for this particular ministry, please, maybe before allocation, it should come to Parliament. We agree what should be allocated to the police. It's quite saddening to see a policeman walking with a big gun, the rifle, walking with a rifle on the foot. It's quite dangerous. It's not supposed to be so. We need to have more vehicles, and we need to have even fast vehicles like other countries, African countries, where we've seen that police are well taken care of. We cannot afford to have a police service where we have even the recruitment is done like at night. I'm saying it's done at night, Madam Chair, because in Chiengi, none of the young people have been recruited, but they applied. We want to see to see transparency happening when recruiting the police, because they are the primary source of our security, and also they take care of corruption and all sorts of things. So we expect even the recruitment process, we expect when they announce, you see the newspaper, we see people again the names being listed in the newspaper for medicals. We see again in the newspaper for those who have been called. Now what's happening? Some of our children who were left out, they were in a group of their fellows. Some who didn't even attend the medicals, they've gone. We hear the training is taking place. This is the start of corruption. So it will be very easy to corrupt our police because they've been introduced to this kind of thing, the way they got recruited. This must never happen again. In our country, we expect the police to be the first to be respected, and that's the only way they can gain respect from the public. As it is now, Honorable Minister, people do not have that respect for the police because they look at them like their traditional cousins. No matter how they come, because they've been introduced to bad habits. We want to see transparency when recruiting the police, Madam Chair. And I want also to talk about the uniform and the work environment for the police. I was talking about, Madam Chair, 1 billion plus, or even 2 billion if possible. I'll talk about Emma's there where I was arrested. If you look at the officer's desk, the table itself. Even if you wanted to argue, you feel sorry where the officer is seated. The work environment is not conducive for these policemen. Go to Chilanga police post, look at the ablution block they have. You pity them. These people are coming from decent homes and they have such kind of ablution blocks. It's the reason I'm saying next time before we do the budget, Madam Chair, we need to agree as the House that for these, in particular the police, let's give them something better. Look at the houses that are in, is it Singogo camp, this camp here, Singanza, whatever camp, the name I can't pronounce it. You would wonder, are these human beings who are still living in such houses after 59 years of independence? We should start getting serious when doing these allocations. And to the technocrats, they should not just sit there and write. Let them ask us who interact with people when it comes to the police. In Chiengi, Madam Chair, our police do not even have cells for females or juveniles. That's why we had that incident of a female being raped. These are the things we're talking about. We cannot wait for infrastructure ministry. We're talking about the police. We allocate from that amount, and then we start saying this is what we're going to do for the police. And to wind up my debate, Madam Chair, I would like to see to it that when police are being recruited, that thing of saying the short ones should not be recruited, as from Chiengo, in particular, Luapula, we are as short as the MP from Winilunga, Madam Chair. So normally, when it comes to recruitment, we're being left out. So I would want that specification to be removed. When they're recruiting, they should just say, a police, there are a lot of them who are passionate to save this nation. With the few words, Madam Chair, I want to see that there's transparency when it comes to recruitment. I thank you.
Mr. Chanda.
Madam Chairperson, we want to thank you on behalf of the people of Kanchivia for this opportunity. This is a very important head for us. And Madam Chairperson, we want to place on record that the police service deserves the support of this particular house. Having gone through and having gone around the country under a different committee and looking at the welfare of Zambia police, there's every need for us to understand that maybe we've not given the deserved attention to our men and women in uniform, those who are charged with the responsibility of maintaining law and order in this country. Madam Chairperson, with your indulgence, I also want to make a response in supporting this particular head. I would want to place on record that sometimes the Zambia police has been labeled to be the most corrupt agency or institution in this country. And I think society has also been unfair on this particular institution, in that one cannot compare the gravity of what is called corruption in the police service with corruption that is allegedly committed under procurement. But because they are seen to be those who are seen to collect 100 kwacha, 200 kwacha will say, oh no, there's corruption there. And yet we know where the real corruption happens and where it exists. So I think to an extent society has just been quite harsh, and we have a responsibility to exonerate the police to that extent. Madam Chairperson, it is important for us to, in supporting the allocation to the Zambia Police Service, to say that the need to construct more police stations is greater. And to the Minister, we understand the burden on your shoulders in ensuring that there is police presence everywhere. And we would also wish to buttress what was raised by the people of Kasama, that a supplementary budget would be supported by those of us from Kanchibia constituents, because we know that matters of security become critical in ensuring that Zambia attains sustainable development. Madam Chairperson, we look at police supplies and services provided, the liters for fuel and lubricants procured. I think the target is 2.6 million liters.
with a procurement of 156 police vehicles. We think that this allocation, I mean, there's an increase of about 600 or 600,000 liters. We are aware that in most instances the police have had to improvise, and sometimes they run out of fuel when carrying out these operations. If it were possible, would have called for more increased allocation towards lubricants and fuel for the police to conduct their services as the case should be. Madam Chairperson, we also wish to buttress the need for e-government to connect all police stations for things such as police reports. It will be very important that we migrate from handwritten or hand-typed police reports to police reports which can be accessed by all police stations electronically. Marine services, those of us, and in buttressing, those of us coming from constituencies with vast water bodies, would want to look at a scenario where you have a suspect in a canoe or in a banana boat, and this suspect, Madam Chairperson, is a good swimmer. And you have officers with this suspect on a vast water body like Lake Chaya or Chambeshi River. The guess is what all of us would want to imagine if the suspect wants to escape. We do not want to see cases where officers, hardworking officers, are drowned by suspects in their quest to escape from justice. So we support that there has to be increased allocation towards marine services in that regard. Madam Chairperson, we would also wish to further call for increased presence of the police, and in this regard, we have seen from the Teaching Service Commission, for example, the teaching sector, we see teachers moving into an area and sometimes under harsh conditions, but they move in there. The health personnel also do that. Would wish to call the Zambia police that even where we don't have decent accommodation, please move in as we make utilization of the resources at our disposal to construct sometimes what would look like low-cost housing, but in the long run, we understand that there's a huge deficit, housing deficit, which will not be responded to in a year or in 2 years. So whatever we can provide, would ask that the police moves in, especially for newly created districts such as ours. Madam Chairperson, with those few remarks, allow us to submit this particular head. I submit.
Thank you. Mr. Malambo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On behalf of Magoe constituents, Madam Speaker, I just want to raise a few issues which I feel are very, very important to enhance security in the country. The first thing, Madam Speaker, that I want to raise is, of course, the issue of transport, which has ever been dealt with. Chair, I know to say that 156 vehicles are so very much enough, because I feel there was a very huge void there. As we are aware, in our constituents, Magoe, which has about 72-kilometer radius. And when you ask for transport from Mazaboka, it can take a little longer for them to come and help us. So with this provision of the vehicle, Madam Speaker, I feel it will really help us. The other thing that I wanted to indicate, Madam, is the issue of salaries for our police officers. Salaries are very important to enhance at least self-esteem, to ensure that our officers are well motivated. Because the lack of motivation is making these officers, to some extent, maybe to be in corruption cases. So I feel to say that if we were to increase salaries for these officers, Madam Chair, it will really help us. The other thing is inadequate police stations. In Magoe, I want to say that we are at 80% completion of a police post in Chivuna, but I do know as well to say that we have allocated a good number of police posts, I think 2 of them, We have allocated money there so that we can be able to construct those police posts. But those are not sufficient to police a huge population like that is in Magoy. We want to ask the ministry to do more as well to help the CDF, because it seems like the CDF is highly suffocated to some extent to do a lot of services that are required in the community. Chair, I want also to indicate to say that we visited a good number of police stations everywhere in the country where we found that the service is lacking a lot of equipment. Like it has been indicated by our colleagues to say that there are very few computers. These people are still writing using their own hands instead of entering like we do in many government institutions. The other thing is accommodation. If there is any institution, Madam, which is not helped in any way in terms of accommodation, it's the police service. What I've seen is that if you go in the southern region where I live, I would indicate to say that if there was any police camp that was constructed in the past 10 years, I can tell you to say that I think there's not even any area where we can be able to indicate that this has been done. So I want to indicate here to say that it's really important to accommodate our officers very well so that we can ably motivate them. The other few things that I want to appreciate the government for is the increase in terms of the budget allocated to the Ministry of Home Affairs. The 35% which was increased in 2023, and again this year it has been increased. This shows how much the New Dawn government has responded to the inadequacies that are found in the ministry. The other issue that I wanted to indicate, Chair, is the recruitment of officers. Like you have seen, the ministry has recruited a huge number of our children to go and train so that they can beef up the numbers. Because as the population grows, we need also to grow the number of police officers. The other thing is we have seen, of course, the increment of about 2.1 billion in the 2022, 2.6 billion in the 2024 budget. This is really helpful because once we increase this in the budget, it is going to go in areas which are very needy to ensure that our officers are highly motivated. The last point I want to raise, Madam, is that when you go around, you'd find that there are a lot of roadblocks that are mushrooming, Honorable Minister. These roadblocks are, to some extent, helping to raise a bit of corrupt cases and put up a lot of congestion on our roads. I don't know how we can be able to work to eliminate that, but in as much as I know that we have to enhance security in those areas, but it's highly important as well to consider that sometimes we inconvenience the motorists. As I stand to support this, Honorable Minister, I really appreciate the increment to the budget. Magoy appreciates. Thank you so much.
Is that the Mr. Daka? You have a point of order?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
What is your point of order?
My point of order is to the previous speaker, and I'm quoting 65. The speaker who has just been speaking is saying he has not seen any police camp constructed in the last 10 years in Southern Province and Mazabuka. I just wanted to remind him that there is one in Mazabuka and Monze and Choma. Is he in order to mislead himself and the nation? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay. For that one, I thought the Honorable Member, Mr. Malambo, mentioned that in Magoye, there hasn't been any police post that has been built. If he had said the whole of Southern Province, then you are going to be correct. But he said in Magoye. So because of that, Mr. Malambo was not out of order. He's talking about what is happening in his constituency. Before the Honorable Minister for Southern Province and the Home Affairs Minister who is supposed to wind up, I'm going to allow one member, as has been agreed, those that sat to scrutinize the budget for national security and foreign affairs, Mr. Christopher Chibuye for Mukushi North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, for giving me the opportunity to add a weight to this debate. Yes, indeed, we were among the committee. I was actually among the committee members who sat to scrutinize this budget under this head, and we found that the budget allocation for the year 2024 has increased compared to the year 2022 by 22.9%. Although it has increased to these levels, the budget still remains inadequate, in the sense that when you look at the bigger amount of this budget allocation, most of it goes to personal emolument. And when it goes to this, what that entails is that other service provisions are actually not provided for. For instance, when you talk of food rations, which have of late has been, I think the allocation has been very bad. But this time around, the allocation has been increased to 131 million, thereabout, which is still not enough to cater for the rations that are given to these officers. The ideal situation should be way over 300 million towards the rations. And indeed, according to the report given by quartermaster that time, the ideal situation should be 300 plus million for it to be adequate enough. But looking at what has been given now, we are appealing, and indeed if there is any vote where we can actually get some money from somewhere and add to the ration, I think that could be an ideal position to take. Because we, in the same allocation, we are also looking at the uniforms, we are also looking at other things that could be catered for. We also look at the infrastructure development, which has been reduced compared to the previous budget line. This time around, we have had, I think the budget has been reduced to 34 million, thereabout, which is way too low compared to what our police officers are going through. When we look at the infrastructure development, we are looking at those camps, those units, which have had no chance of having these housing units constructed, which have had these police stations not constructed. Yes, we appreciate the fact that CDF is actually doing this, some of the constructions, but it is not enough. We are appealing, and indeed we observed that if this money can be added, then our police officers can actually do their due diligence in their operations. We also had to look at the provision of services and goods and services in the budget allocation. You find that this budget allocation for the year 2024, yes, it has been increased to 322 million compared to 202 million the previous budget line. But this still doesn't suffice. We need to increase the budget allocation for our men and women in uniform to perform and indeed give us the best performance, so to speak, because if they have the budget allocation increased for goods and services, definitely we will not see the issues of those initiatives that our officers undertake for them to meet or to actually see to it that they operate nicely. Because they employ initiatives which have eventually resulted into corruption practices which should not be the case because of lack of these provisions which are adequate. I also want to state the fact that when you look at the way our police officers have been operating, we have had situations where most of the equipment is not allocated to them. When you talk of other allocations, other equipment which are supposed to be with these police officers, talk of the tasers, talk of the streamers, these are nowhere to be seen at the moment because there are a few allocations to that effect. So we need the police to improve and indeed ensure that our police, our men and women in uniform have these other equipment that they can use other than the firearms, because we need them to protect our people and indeed ensure that the services that they are providing are actually appreciated by the community and indeed by the public that they are serving. We also want to implore that the Minister of Finance next time, as he does the allocation, please ensure that the police is given enough allocation. Look at the transport. Yes, as much as we are saying CDF has done that, but it is not enough. There are other bigger police stations which need a lot of vehicles. Looking at the units that are there in those police stations. So we should definitely ask the Minister of Finance come next year, let's have another allocation added to our people, our police officers. So let's ensure that we also support our men and women in uniform by providing, I think, the much needed support that they deserve. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you. My apologies to the Minister of Information and Media. I addressed him as the Minister for Southern Province. The Minister of Information and Media.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, for the opportunity that I may add my voice on the floor of this House in respect of the motion under discussion. And allow me, with your indulgence, Madam Chairperson, to thank Zambia Police as an institution for training some of us. Persons like myself, Honorable Andeleki, and within that sphere, Honorable Singombe, and others in this House, Honorable Chitotela. Madam Speaker, ordinarily, therefore, it shows that this House should be a disciplined House because police are disciplined. And that is why you see on this side a lot of discipline. It's because of police. Let me, Madam Speaker, quickly indicate that I will be making or ventilating on this particular motion under the theme, Policing a Widening Democratic Space, the challenge of newly found freedoms under the New Dawn administration. Madam Speaker, Madam Chairperson, let me in earnest thank Zambia Police and all security agencies for the maintenance of law and order in this country, therefore guaranteeing the peace of this country, a fundamental prerequisite for business and economic activities to take place in this country. Peace is so important, Madam Speaker, that many people out there live for it, and if necessary, they die for it. It is the most prized national asset that has to be guarded. And therefore, we thank the police and other security agencies for maintaining this peace and not pandering to the whims of those who want to bring political issues to be commingled with security. Please carry on, and your government notes your effort. Madam Speaker, Madam Chairperson, let me also note that the budget has increased from 2.2 billion to 2.6, and a quick perusal will inform us, Madam Chairperson, that most of the funds being allocated are going to important needy areas, such as an increased allocation to personnel emoluments arising out of recruitments of new officers under Zambia Police. This is the way it should be, and a little more is to be done under the New Dawn administration. We have also seen, Madam Chairperson, an increase, just as an example, from 60 million kwacha to 121 million towards food rations. This is critical. Madam Speaker, in the past, we have stood on the floor of this House to indicate that there was no requirement to front funding in terms of purchase of armored cars and tear gas over a population which is overly peaceful. Madam Speaker, the New Dawn administration has responded to the call of the people that public funds must be utilized prudently. Madam Speaker, let me quickly talk about the work environment within which the police today find themselves under the New Dawn administration. Madam Chairperson, the President of the Republic of Zambia, His Excellency, President Hakainde Hichilema, has insisted that governmental institutions must operate autonomously within the precincts of the mandate that they are clothed with by law. And they should operate by law and not by the wishes of men. And this is what we see police do today. Madam Chairperson, today as we speak in Zambia, the issue of political interference in the way police carry out their mandate is a thing of the past and has been consigned to the doldrums of history. This is the way it should be. As a policeman myself, who is privileged to be a member of parliament, this is the police I want to see. Madam Speaker, Madam Chairperson, as a result of the presidential guidance in terms of how police should be able to carry out themselves, we have seen, Madam Chairperson, the President has guided that before police arrest anybody, they must investigate, and where they make up their mind to arrest, the police should be able to avail suspects police bond, and if the matter escalates to court, police bail in accordance with the law, Section 123 of the CPC, Cap 88 of the laws of Zambia. This is what we are seeing happening. Today, Madam Chairperson, even if you are politically aligned, you get arrested, there is no police officer who is afraid of giving you police bond or court giving you police bail, bail on account of fear of political retribution to be retired in national interest. All that is history. This is a Zambia that the people of Zambia voted for in 2021. Madam Speaker, as a result of the good guidance of the President as Commander-in-Chief, we have seen in this country that there is no political violence in this country because the police are operating in accordance with the law and they are not tolerating anybody regardless of political affiliation, not even those who are in the ruling party. Political violence has been done away with.
Order, Honorable Minister, there is an indication for a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing a voice that is providing checks and balances. This is how it should be, Madam Chairperson. I stand on our standing orders 65. The information that the very able Minister of Information should provide to the masses and this House should not only be factual but also verifiable. Is it in order to mislead the nation that now when people are arrested, police officers do not fear to give bonds within 24 hours? When people have gone as far as applying for the writ of habeas corpus to force the police, to force the police, Madam Chairperson, to release suspects who are charged on bailable offenses. A lot of people have remained for more than 24 hours, others 3, 4, 5 days in detention, and he is comfortably enjoying water and telling Madam Chairperson us that now the police are releasing people within 48 hours. Is he in order to mislead the people? Or he should give us hope that beginning next year when we pass this budget, the police will make sure they release people within 48 hours. I seek your serious ruling, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you. I think since the person who was debating is the Honorable Minister, who is representing... Hello, can we please listen to the ruling? We will take what the Minister is saying. The presiding officer does not know what happens in the ministries. The presiding officer is simply chairing. And whatever the minister says, we take it as the gospel truth. Unless if you've got evidence, do you have evidence? Mr. Mungandu, do you have evidence? So that you can say you are not in support of what the minister is saying.
Thank you, Chairperson. Clearly, he is not debating as Minister of Home Affairs. We have a very capable Minister of Home Affairs. Madam Chairperson, should you request for evidence? We have several. I can come and lay on the table of the House, Madam Chairperson. Okay. Yes, I do have that evidence.
Okay, since you don't have the evidence now, we cannot wait for it to come. We don't know whether it's coming tomorrow or the other day. We make progress because we are actually behind time. The Honorable Minister of Information and Media, please. You are almost winding up your debate.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I was just winding up by indicating that as a result of the good leadership of President Hakainde Hichilema, in this country today, there is no political violence, no cadreism, no police brutality, no extrajudicial killings, no extrajudicial detentions, except for those who are habitual and perpetual offenders, for which the law provides that they cannot be given bond or bail. It is a legal matter, it is not wishful. Madam Speaker, we also have a situation in this country of reduced corruption because people are no longer going to negotiate for their freedom. It is a given. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I want to urge suspects to cooperate with police, not to position themselves as victims so that for political reasons. I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security will respond.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, I would like to state that I'm highly elated by the debates of my colleagues, which in most instances were in support of my budget. The debaters on the floor of this House are very supportive of the operations of Zambia Police. I would like to thank all my colleagues who have debated. However, I would like to respond to one or three matters that have been raised, viz. The issue of housing and police stations. I would like to state, Madam Chairperson, that we are discussing with the Minister of Finance to recommence phase 2 of the construction of police houses and other security wings in the country. Once that is done, a number of police stations in the country will see housing infrastructure being constructed. I also want to appreciate, Madam Chairperson, the sentiments that have been expressed by my colleague, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Kasama Central. Madam, I appreciate most of the issues you have raised. They are in the interest of the nation. We have taken note of the issues you have brought out. I just want to state, Madam Chairperson, that is true, that most of the infrastructure for the Zambia Police Service throughout the country is dilapidated. We as a nation and as a people have to find ways and means to ensure that we modernize policing infrastructure. Policing is being done in the interest of all of us. So all of us must take particular interest in this matter. So I would like to appreciate my colleagues who have raised this matter. I also want to state with pride that the recruitment of Zambia police officers in this country and during my reign as Minister of Home Affairs has been very transparent. You will note that after the rigorous recruitment, we published the names of all those who were recruited, and they reflect the face of Zambia. I can state without any contradiction that the current recruitment is not discriminatory. All the recruits reflect the jurisdictions of Zambia, as it should be. You are aware that the Zambia Police Service Act and the Constitution of Zambia is instructive that whenever you are recruiting, you should ensure that the face of Zambia is reflected. And that is exactly what we have done. I also want to state, Madam Chairperson, that it's true that police vehicles currently in use are highly inadequate. Hence, you have noted in my speech, I have indicated that there is a serious shortfall which needs to be addressed by this House. This House is the House that promulgates the budget for the country. Members of the House, if you think that there is any provision that is not sitting adequately, you have the right to make a vehement. You are the ones who make the budget. So I accept the views that have been expressed. We are going to take note of all the views. There hasn't been any controversial debate pertaining to this motion. Madam Chairperson, I would like to thank most sincerely all my colleagues who have debated and those who have silently supported the motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Head 11, Zambia Police Service. Head total 2,637,623,403 kwacha. Any debate, any objection? Can they clear this? I see none. The question is that Head 11, Zambia Police Service, head total 2,637,623,403 kwacha stands part of the estimates. Mr. Mungandu.
Thank you, Chairperson. Item number under crime prevention and police services, activity 001 VIP and diplomatic security provision. We have seen a jump, an increase from 123 to 144. If I can be allowed maybe the minister to take note, if the minister can talk. Also 004, infrastructure development, we've seen a reduction instead from 53 to 34. Then under 4156, 002, forensic services, they've maintained. Fingerprint services, they've maintained. Criminal record clearance and the services, they've also maintained. Why have we seen this increase? Do you, Honorable Minister, intend to also take care of our security concerns we have here on the opposition, or is just the VIP as yourselves? And why have you maintained these services when we are going biometric and we might need more forensic services? I submit, Honorable Chairperson.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I'll start with the vote number 1004, infrastructure development. As rightly indicated, the figure has reduced. In 2023 budget, it was 53,946,320. This year is 34,946,320. We are rationalizing the operations of this particular vote. You may have noticed that most of the infrastructure development have moved from line ministries. They have been moved and provided for under the Ministry of Infrastructure and Urban Development, hence the reduction. We are taking into account this particular vote is meant for the completion of certain projects which we started on our own as Ministry of Home Affairs and Internal Security. On the part of fingerprints, this is a necessary evil. We cannot abandon this particular program because we are going biometric. We will still maintain the issue of fingerprints taking we intend to ensure that we check the habitual criminals and those who intend to commit criminals. We have a data bank of people who are in the habit of committing crimes, and this assists us to do that. And we are merely in the process of ensuring that we go digital. As we are progressing toward digital, we cannot abandon this particular project. Thank you.
I put the question. The question is that head 11, Zambia Police Service, head total 2,637,623,403 kwacha stands part of the estimates. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Head 11, Zambia Police Service, head total 2,637,623,403 kwacha is ordered to stand part of the estimates. We now move to head 30, Zambia Correctional Services. Head 30, Zambia Correctional Service, General Policy Debate. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security. Policy Statement.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Let me thank you for according me the opportunity to present before this August House a policy statement on the 2024 budget estimates for Head 30, Zambia Correctional Service. Chairperson, Zambia Correctional Service is established under Article 193 of the Republic Constitution, Amendment number 2 of 2016. It is mandated to manage, regulate, and ensure security of all prisons and correctional centers across the country. The service is governed by the Correctional Service Act number 37 of 2021. In addition, the service offers correction and rehabilitation programs to inmates. The mission statement is to provide humane and correctional services for maintaining community safety and reformation of inmates. Chairperson, the performance of the Zambia Correctional Service in the first half of 2023 was satisfactory. During this period, the average inmate population in the country was 25,300 against the holding capacity of 10,686, translating to an overpopulation of 137%. This situation has exerted pressure on the correctional facilities. To address the challenge of overcrowding, the service has expedited the construction of a correctional facility at Nansanga Correctional Farm with a holding capacity of 1,600, which is at 90% completion. The service managed to provide inmates with at least 3 meals per day and ensure timely treatment of inmates' ailments in order to improve the health of inmates and reduce morbidity in correctional centers. Chairperson, under rehabilitation services, the service continued facilitating the enrollment of inmates in adult education and vocational skills. So far, 5,669 inmates have been trade tested in various trade skills and received certification by TVETA. The service recapitalized 4 industrial workshops to enhance production. Chairperson, the service facilitated social reintegration of discharged inmates in communities. To this effect, 53.8% of discharged inmates were offered post-discharge services in order to facilitate community reentry and effective reintegration into the mainstream society. Challenges faced. Chairperson, during the implementation of the 2023 budget, the service experienced a number of challenges which include congestion in correctional facilities due to the ever-increasing inmate population, low staffing levels, thus compromising security in correctional facilities. 3, inadequate provision of startup packs for discharged skilled inmates. 4, inadequate office equipment and furniture. 5, accumulation of arrears for other personnel emoluments. 6, inadequate modern industrial equipment for workshops and farms. 2024 budget highlights. The proposed 2024 budget is 1.18333920 billion kwacha, compared to 809,16,340. Budget of 2023 representing 31.6% increase. This is a clear demonstration by the government's desire to ensure that inmates are held in humane custody. Chairperson, the summary of the proposed allocation of 1,883,338,920 for 2024 for the Zambia Correctional Service is broken down as follows. Custodial services, 593,762,396. Rehabilitation services, 304,175,024 kwacha. Social reintegration, 29,288,914. Correctional services training, 63,306,089 kwacha. Management and support services, 192,806,497. Chairperson, in conclusion, the Zambia Correctional Service will execute its mandate and contribute to internal security through the provision of correctional services. The service shall channel resources towards inmates' adult literacy and vocational training, which encompasses literacy, formal education, and vocational skills training, thereby contributing to their rehabilitation and the provision of aftercare and extension services to facilitate community reentry, reintegration, and post-discharge support to ex-inmates. Further, the service will enhance accountability and prudent utilization of resources, improve human resource development and management, as well as strengthen planning, budgeting, and financial management systems. I, therefore, Madam Chairperson, request honorable members of this august House to favorably consider the proposed allocation for Zambia Correctional Service. Chairperson, I thank you.
Any further debate, Mr. Zulu?
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Chairperson, I'm supporting the budget in a sense that it's speaking to the few things I think the correction facility should be doing. I don't want to take a, first I just want to complain, Minister, that the 1.183 billion you have given to the correction facility, for me it's not enough. I don't look at the correction facility as a drain or something which should be a burden to our country. I'm looking at this, a correction facility, Madam Chair, that will contribute to the GDP of this country. I'm happy, Minister, to be frank with you, that you've produced people who've done the trade test so that can make life easy when they do the re-entry in their respective communities. That is how it should be. Because you agree with me that some of them who are in those facilities are innocent. And it's just that law, the way it is, they find themselves in those facilities. What I need from you, Minister, and this Department of Correction Facility, is to do more other than training of those people. I don't see the reason why today, with the increase, the needs of CDF, why don't we give the correction facilities to do some tests? Why can't we give them such jobs? They can do, we've got all the personnel in these facilities. You are training people, testing them, then there afterwards, you need to keep people busy. And this should start now, and you need to make a difference, Minister. It's very important that you start that. In addition to that, I'm looking at the money, still I'm looking at the money with the Minister of Agriculture. This collection facility should go into full-scale commercial farming, not the cabbage, lepu, tomato farming. This is where we are making a mistake. This is why we've got, for God's sake, all of us here, we are potential prisoners. All of us here. And we've got different skills from here. So when we go out there, we need to see to it that the farms from these people are performing. The doctors in those facilities are working. The engineers in those facilities are working. They shouldn't just keep idle. This is why we make a mistake, that when somebody is jailed, then becomes irrelevant or unproductive to the nation. No, that shouldn't be the case. The people of Nyimba, Minister, are asking a simple thing. Your facilities, first let me pick the facility from my district. It's pathetic. I've done a toilet for you. Well, we have done a toilet for you. And because of the situation, the way things are. Minister, the people of Nyimba don't want your facility to be where it is today. They want you moved out of Nyimba. It's a very simple reason. Because they know that you can do better where we've provided you land than where you are today. This is what the people of Nyimba are saying. You have kept the entire Nyimba. Also, Minister, we need to start moving. We can't keep the district from not moving because of your facility. This is your country. That is your district. You need to show leadership there, Minister. Minister, the re-entry is very important. I want you not to move away from just trade testing, from skills that are just made for plumbing, bricklaying. But I want you to also move into incorporate NRDC in your prisons so that people can be trained in agriculture. This is a business which will require very minimum capital, especially to do with your correction facilities. There is no way we can fail to give and buy pivot centers for these people. We have open prisons. Let me take you Nyimba open prison in Chifirwembe. We have given you good land, but you're not utilizing to the fullest. Your neighbor is Chifirwembe, and an individual is doing 10 times the way you are doing. What am I asking from you, Minister? I'm asking you to start funding these facilities across this country so that we can start producing enough corn, start producing wheat, start producing soybeans. We should be doing throughout farming with these facilities. I think that's not too much to ask. What am I asking? I'm asking that the people who are in the prison, they should be productive, because when they come out from the prison, when they're productive, those who are guilty, they will avoid to commit another offense. Madam Chairperson, I thank you so much for this opportunity.
Mr. Luboja.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Also to be given an opportunity to contribute to this aid. My concern, Madam Speaker, mainly on this budget, is to ensure that the ministry in question should consider expanding the capacity for our collection facilities for our inmates in the country. Particularly in the last 57 years, a town such as Chililawombwe does not have a collection facility. Already Kasumbalesa, with the new Dawn administration effort to do a road to Congo DR, it is turning into a town on its own. We have seen the police and the prison service sending the remands from Chingola to Chililawombwe almost on a daily basis, which has been a cost on government. If we had a facility in Chililawombwe, these people would have been attending their court cases within a short distance. So as this budget comes out, if our people in Chililawombwe and many other districts that does not have these collection facilities, if they can be considered. Secondly, Madam Speaker, it is my humble appeal that this aid, we have continued to invest a lot of money, as a result of more inmates that are in these collection facilities. I'm also making an humble appeal here that the rehabilitation process for our inmates should be enhanced by training them to reform, because as we have sent them to prison, we should not relent on reforming these people, so that in the process of them reforming, they may be given an opportunity in the process to be released on the presidential pardon. And as they are also subjected to be released on the presidential pardon, I also want to make a comment that it is my humble appeal that people who are involved in the selection committee for our inmates who may qualify for presidential pardon, if consideration could be given to the women as well as those who are over 60, 70 years old, because it would be unfair, I see it unfair, a person at the age of 85, 75 still in prison, and you are releasing people who are about 25, 30 years. So if consideration could also be given to those, and when we enhance these rehabilitation programs in prisons, it will decongest the prisons, as well as it will be a relief on our national coffers. The other issue that I want also the budget to address is the issue of transport. There are a lot of challenges in some districts where the collection service institutions have no transport to ferry the remandees to the courts of law, and this has delayed justice for some of these people who are in prison. If consideration can be given for transport to our people, so that they can expedite the process of these people appearing in court. Secondly, I also want to look at the housing. If the ministry line can also consider putting up decent accommodation for our officers in the prison service. As we saw for the police, there were a number of houses that were put up, like in my constituents in Kansenshi, in Indola district, they had put up some houses in Chifu police, Kansenshi police, as well as Peter Singongo, but we never saw houses coming for our officers in the collection service. So housing should also be considered. We have seen, Honorable Minister, a number of relatives almost trekking to prison, like as if it is a hospital, always taking food there. If the budget could also address the issue of food, because if food was sufficient in the prisons, we would have seen less people trekking to the collection services to take food for our people who are currently inmates there. So if this consideration can also be given, then 75% of the people who are inmates are youths, who, if they were out, they would have had an opportunity to be in schools, of course, to be in colleges. So my humble appeal that if the budget could also address the issue of the educational services. The last time I visited Kamfinsa, I think maybe 4 or 5 years ago, I bemoaned the classrooms they are currently using at Kamfinsa. If those can also improve, and the health facilities can also be improved there for our inmates in these collection facilities. So if these can be considered under this budget, we know the new Dawn administration has made positive strides in ensuring that the conditions and lives of our inmates are improved, even after trading under very constrained financial space.
we are doing our best to improve these services for our people who are inside the prisons. I also want to mention the issue of remuneration for our people. These people are very much dedicated to their work. If they can also be considered in terms of conditions of service for our officers in collection facilities and promotions. Some of these officers, they have never seen promotion even after serving 10, 20, 15 years. So if they can also be considered as one way of motivating them to do their jobs. With these few remarks, I rest my case, Madam Chairperson.
Mr. Chitotela.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I debate this budget, and let me declare from the onset that the leader is under this budget is my fellow leader in the church, but I'll speak very strongly and support the budget and raise issues that are concerned the people of Zambia. Madam Speaker, correction service must be supported as they embark on the program for farming and...
Mr. Chitotela, I think you are debating as the honorable member for Pambashe.
Yes.
And you are not also looking at honorable minister as your churchmate. I think he's the Minister of Home Affairs, not a churchmate. You may
thank you, Madam
continue.
Speaker. He's a Catholic, that one. He can't be an Adventist. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm debating as a Member of Parliament, and I want to encourage the Commission and the team for them to embark on the agriculture project so that they can contribute to the sustenance of our food basket in Zambia. And as a key and as a demonstration of that act, we in Kawambu and Alwena Farm Block, we have allocated a huge chunk of land to Zambia Correction Service, and we hope they will take advantage and begin participating in the agriculture subsector, both livestock and crop agriculture. As you may be aware, Madam Speaker, in Zambia, Kawambwa is one of the two districts that is favored with very good rainfall pattern. The other district is Mbala and Kawambwa, where we receive at least 1,300 milliliter of rainfall per year. So we want to encourage the correction service to take that into consideration and begin contributing to the food basket, so that maybe even the budget that goes for the promotion and consumption will reduce some of the money that is supposed to go for food supplies or go for the operation and maintenance of the service. As we begin about the service, they are no longer a prison service, but a correction service. And these facilities, Madam Chairperson, also keeps people that are put there as detainees and not condemned prisoners. And by law, Madam Speaker, detainees must be given access to family members, including the condemned prisoners, at specified time and at a given period, even access to their counsel. Minister and the Commissioner General, you may not be aware of what may be going at the operation level, where some of your officers may not give access to people to visit those who may fall into conflict with the law, and they are kept in your facilities. And I think as we promote and protect human rights, I have always referred to the minister in charge of internal security and home affairs as a lawyer, because by profession, lawyers are defenders of human rights. And no matter what the circumstance may be, that is the training, the minister, you did. Let's ensure that, yes, as our people are being kept in our facilities, they should not then lose their entitlement to legal representation, to be visited by family members, as long as the prescribed time is followed. it will be good for people to visit. I don't want to cite examples where certain political appointees, like permanent secretary, assumed the role of a commissioner general. That must not happen in our republic, because we need to respect individual rights as things intend to happen. I don't want to be personal and discuss individuals. I want to discuss the budget. And as we embark on the program to continuously reforming our correctional service, we must not forget also the training and retraining of the staff, so that we equip them with the modern technologies, with the understanding that is required as they superintend and manage these correction facilities. They must understand that they are citizens. I know that as an officer of the state and as a public office, they are always, others are always misunderstood, and the others are always mistreated. But in the discharge of the duties and the law, there is, yes, to follow lawful instruction. And lawful instruction it may result into the officer being held responsible under a charge called misfeasance. If you perform your functions outside what is prescribed in the law, you are actually committing, you are breaking the law and you are committing an offense, because every law, every institution that is established has been given a mandate and the law in which they must operate within. So we will support this budget, and we know that the correction service is under the capable hand, and the reforms that require a mindset change, which does not require legal requirement. It is an administrative issues that we need to deal with, personal behavior, personal characters, that we need to sharpen them to understand the current trends as we deal with the current situation, must be able to be enforced and be supported by this August House. And that can only be done when they've got enough money that is given to them by this parliament, so that those programs that they run, then they must successfully implement them and deliver with less difficulties. As I began by emphasizing, one of the key sectors that can make the correction service to contribute even to sustenance and to their operation, once they embark into economic activities that creates and sustains their operations, it will be easier for them to run the facilities throughout there. I know, Minister, your team and the able commissioner, they are running some farms in Central Province. We would want them also to extend down the northwards. As I stated, the Luapara province is a disease-free zone. They will not just be involved into crop production, they can also get involved into the rearing of animals. And maybe that way we can change that notion of saying when our people see the cattle in our region, they will say umunan. They will understand that no, it is something that will be of economic benefit, that is going to benefit all of us, and that is going to benefit the nation. So, Madam Speaker, with those words, I support the budget line. Thank you.
Mr. Ngowani, sorry.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairperson. First of all, I want to say that I support the budget. Madam Chairperson, Zambia collection facilities are not widespread in Zambia. I can cite an example, Okopa Belt Lolo, Mpongwel, Fuanyama, Masaiti. Among these districts, we don't have correction facilities, making it difficult for delivery of justice. Madam Chairperson, Mpongwe is 65 kilometers from Luancha, where there's correction facilities, making it difficult to transport remindees from Luansha to Mpongwe. Madam Chairperson, this is making it difficult for justice to be delivered on time. Madam Chairperson, when these prisoners are sentenced, they are taken to Luansha, where they are kept. And most of these prisoners are also taken back to Mpongwe to work in farms because we've got a lot of farms in Mpongwe. Last year, we even experienced an accident where prisoners involved in an accident. Madam Chairperson, the other issue I want to talk about is accommodation. Most correction facilities don't have accommodation. I can cite an example for Luansha. Officers from correction services, they stay at an old prison. That's where they are being accommodated, which is not habitable for humans. Madam Chairperson, the other issue is transport. The correction services or correction facilities, they don't have enough transport, both utility and the light trucks to carry prisoners. So I want this budget to address the issue of transport for correction services. The other issue I want to talk about is the rehabilitation services. The reason why the name was changed from Zambia prisons to Zambia correction services is to rehabilitate people who are coming from those, when they are released, they need to be reformed so that when they go into their communities, they go when they are already reformed. So this budget should address the rehabilitation services so that our prisoners, when they complete their sentences, they come out there reformed. Madam Chairperson, the other issue I want to recommend the New Dawn government is the welfare of our inmates. I think there is an improvement from the past. Now you can see corrections facilities with bunker beds, mattresses, and blankets. This is commendable to the New Dawn government. And this budget should continue addressing those challenges facing by inmates. Madam Chairperson, the other issue I want to talk about is correctional farm management. This budget was supposed to address this issue, but I've seen there's a reduction in the budget allocation for correctional farm management. We are experiencing a shortage of maize, and we wanted to see the budget addressing improvement in the correctional farm management so that we can cushion the shortage of maize in our country. The other issue I want to talk about is to see to it that the correction services that have got meeting plants is to increase the number of meeting plants so that they can cushion the shortage and the price of meal in the country, like what the deaders are doing. Madam Chairperson, with those few remarks, I want to say I support this budget. I thank you.
The Minister of Home Affairs wind up debate.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, I would like to thank my colleagues who have debated the vote for the Zambia Correctional Service. Most of the issues that have been raised by my colleagues are very constructive. We have taken note of the same. I will, however, want to respond to one or two issues that have been raised by my colleagues. The Honorable Member of Parliament for Nyimba did mention the need to empower Zambia Correctional Service so that they can enhance their farming activities. I would like to confirm that this government has empowered Zambia Correctional Service pertaining to commercial farming. Currently, we have a number of commercial farms that are running efficiently in the northern region, viz. In Kawambwa, Northern Province, and Nansanga in Central Province. In Kawambwa, we have restocked the farm that was dormant with 1,000 heads of cattle to ensure that that area remains productive. In Nansanga, we have installed center pivots as we are responding to the directive by the head of state that we should be self-sufficient in food production for our inmates and also go commercial to supplement the efforts of other farmers to feed the nation. That advice is acceptable, and that is the way we are going to go. I would like to respond to the issue of Nyimba prison. That matter is under consideration. We had a meeting with your officials 2 days ago. We hope that we are going to resolve this matter in the interest of both parties. I also want to state that my officers in the Zambia Correctional Service are very professional. They are not inclined to violate the rights of inmates. Every inmate who is incarcerated under our institutions has a right of visitation according to the laws that are established. We will not allow anyone's rights to be violated. My officers have received those instructions that they should ensure that our inmates are given the due rights. I admit, as I indicated earlier, that most of the infrastructure that are currently obtaining are dilapidated. In most instances, they are not even fit for holding inmates. We are embarking on a process of rehabilitating some of the infrastructure using the limited resources. We shall rehabilitate the Mbala correctional facility, the one in Kabompo, and I think the other one should be Kalomo. This coming year we'll rehabilitate 3 as we look for resources to ensure that these facilities are done. I also want to confirm that the Mwembeshi Correctional Facility, which is under the Mukuyu Venture PPP, will be ready in the next 6 months. It will help to decongest our facilities. Even the coming on board of the Mwembeshi facility, we will not be able to decongest the facilities we have. We hope that in future we'll find funding to build modern infrastructure that will provide humane conditions for our inmates. With those few remarks, Madam Chairperson, I would like to thank my colleagues for the support rendered.
Thank you. Head 30, Zambia Correctional Service. Head total 1,183,338,920 kwacha. Any debate and objection? Mr. Mwambazi.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, I just wanted the Minister to clarify on Program 4135, Sub-Program 5007, which is Infrastructure Development, with what is just from saying, because if you look at the deviation 2023, 78 million, then 2024, 86 million. The difference, the increment is only about 8 million with all those rehabilitations. Then also, we look at 6003 correction industrial services, the jump from 11 million for 2023 to 181 million. There is a construction of a Petauke milling plant and also the recapitalization of the workshop. Is that adequate to do the milling plant as well as the recapitalization of the workshop? I thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I've taken note of the issues that have been raised by my colleagues. You have to note, honorable colleague, that the resource envelope is very limited, but we have taken note. For Petauke milling plant, we have been assured that money will be made available to ensure that this particular facility is completed. You are aware that Zambia Correctional Service, together with Zambia National Service, are the only two institutions that are selling cheap meal. We hope that this particular facility will be ready soon. We want to state, Madam Chairperson, that we, as Zambia Correctional Service, we are very pleased. We have noted that the government of the Republic of Zambia has been increasing funding to the Zambia Correctional Service. Unlike in the past, it was like a Cinderella institution. But at least for the time being, it's being funded adequately.
Okay. I put the question. The question is that Head 30 Zambia Correctional Service had total 1,183,338,920 kwacha stands part of the estimates. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Or the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Head 30 Zambia Correctional Service had total 1,183,338,920 kwacha is ordered to stand part of the estimates. As the time is now 1840 hours, I interrupt the proceedings and committee work stands adjourned. The Committee of Supply will report progress and ask leave to sit again. Madam Speaker, I have to report to the House that the Committee of Supply on the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 1st January 2024 to 31st December 2024 has gone through the following heads, heads 11 and 30, and has made progress and asked leave to sit again.
Day of resumption of committee work.
Tomorrow, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Committee work to resume tomorrow. The acting leader of government business in the House, adjournment.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
order. The question is that the House do now adjourn. Any debate? Any objection? The question is agreed to. The House is now adjourned.
Thank you for still watching Parliament Television. The House has just adjourned, and we now take a look at business that has been considered from the time business resumed at 14:30. And so when business resumed, Madam Speaker did make two announcements. In the first announcement, she recognized the presence in the public gallery of students from Evelyn Horn College of Applied Arts and Commerce Management, Board under Journalism, Lusaka District. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, warmly welcomes the visitors to the National Assembly. In the second announcement, Madam Speaker informed the House that she had received communication to the effect that in the absence of Her Honor, the Vice President, who is attending to other government business, the Minister of Defense, Honorable Ambrose L. Lufuma, MP, has been appointed acting leader of government business in the House from today, 9th November 2023, until further notice. Thereafter, Madam Speaker did permit the Minister of Fisheries and Livestock, that's Honorable Makozo Chikote, to render a ministerial statement on the anthrax outbreak in the country, and this was in